June 22nd, 2020, 6 p.m. regular meeting of the Bell Gardens City Council. The meeting will now come to order. Pursuant to Executive Order N2920, please be advised that the members of the Bell Gardens City Council will participate in today's meeting telephonically. Council members and staff are participating from remote locations. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting live online through the city's website as noted on the agenda. Conflict of interest and a recusal. If any agency members should have conflict of interest, virtually, please leave the room by turning off video and muting yourself. You may still keep listening to the meeting. At this point, City Manager, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Thank you, Mayor Cortez. Please put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, can you please call roll of the City Council?
Yes, Mayor. Council members Acetuno,
Present.
Barcena,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores,
Present.
and Mayor Cortez.
Thank you, City Clerk. Now, City Attorney, can you please give us your closed session report?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. The following is my report from closed session. The City Council is now back in open session, having met in closed session to discuss the two items posted on tonight's agenda. Concerning both items, the City Council received a briefing from outside legal counsel, but did not take any final action in closed session tonight. This concludes my report from closed session. Thank you.
City Attorney, City Manager, can you please announce tonight's presentation?
Mayor Cortez, I apologize. It came through staticky. Can you please restate that?
Yeah, you can go ahead and announce tonight's presentations, please. There's 3 in total.
Thank you, Mayor Cortez. The first is a proclamation declaring the month of July 2020 as Parks Make Life Better Month. The second is a proclamation allowing the City of Bell Gardens to participate in the network of age-friendly communities. And the third is a proclamation recognizing LGBTQ month, which is the month of June.
Thank you, City Manager. So I'll go ahead and move on with the first 2 proclamations, and then Mayor Pro Tem, you can do the last proclamation. So the first proclamation is honor of Parks and Recreation. So I'm just going to read a couple. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized self-directed fitness, play, activity. Where Parks Recreation supports the economic vitality of communities by attracting new businesses, promoting communities revitalization, increasing tourism, providing jobs and generation revenues. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, Alejandra Cortez, Mayor of the City of Bell Gardens, with the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of July as Parks and Recreation Month in Bell Gardens, and recognizes the importance of access to local parks, trails, open space, and facilities for the health, wellness, development, inspiration, and safety of all Californians. Proclaim this 22nd day of June 2020. Our second proclamation is to allow the City of Bell Gardens to participate in the network of age-friendly communities. Whereas the health and safety of residents of all ages is of highest concern to the citizens of Bell Gardens, and whereas as the U.S. population ages and people stay healthy and active for longer, communities must adapt. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, Alejandra Cortez, Mayor of the City of Bell Gardens, with the City Council, do hereby proclaim that in order to ensure that Bell Gardens is a well-designed, livable community that promotes health and sustained economic growth for residents of all ages, the City of Bell Gardens supports the planning process and requests participation in the network of age-friendly communities. Proclaimed this 22nd of June 2020. And that concludes my 2 proclamations. Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor for the LGBTQ month proclamation.
Okay, so this is for the City of Bell Gardens proclamation, a proclamation in honor of LGBT Pride Month. As we celebrate June, a Pride Month in Bell Gardens, California, we are reminded of what makes California great. Our remarkable capacity to advance together across every conceivable difference. No matter the physical distance between us, from our separate homes, we stand together with the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer community of Bell Gardens as they declare their pride in who they are and whom they love. The LGBT community has worked tirelessly for respect, equality, and their very right to exist. Their battles have been fought in the courts, from marriage equality to demanding equal protection under the law. And while there has been remarkable progress towards acceptance and equality in recent years, members of the LGBTQ community in the United States and around the world still face an unacceptable level of discrimination and violence. This includes LGBTQ people who aren't safe at home and those who do not have a home in which to stay. And we must push back against those who threaten the safety of our LGBTQ Bell Gardens residents and challenge our progress. And we must continue to make the case that all human beings share something fundamentally in common. All of us want to be loved, and all of us want to love. We cannot march in a parade this June, but we can and will stand with our LGBTQ families and neighbors. And whereas Pride celebrations may look different this year, but in Bell Gardens, no matter the circumstances, we are proud to support our LGBTQ community's right to live their lives out loud. As we celebrate Pride in Bell Gardens and across the state, we must continue to demand equal rights for all to create a California for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Moving on to public comment. City Clerk, to my understanding, we have 47 speakers, correct? Well, a combination of emails and phone calls.
Yes, we have 12 speakers that have requested to be called, and then 47 email comments to be read.
Thank you. Subject to the fact that we have an overall 30-minute time period, and in the interest of allowing every single one of these comments to go through, City Clerk, can we please limit the phone calls as well as the emails to 1 minute each? And we won't be leaving voicemails for those that don't respond. Just in the interest of time, so we can get through all the people who took the time to email in and all the people who want to be called.
Okay, Mayor. The members of the public will now have the opportunity to speak on the item listed on the City Council agenda. Please state your name for the record before addressing your comments to the mayor and council members. Each speaker and email reading is limited to 1 minute, subject to an overall 30-minute time period. Email comments will be read out loud after all speakers have been heard. I'll begin with the first speaker participating telephonically. It didn't green.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
I understand you want to speak at the council meeting anonymously.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, my name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens.
Nice to
So
meet you.
you can, you will have 1 minute to speak, And due to the number of speakers, you only have that time limit. So go ahead and start
Sounds good.
speaking. Go ahead.
Okay, so I was just wondering why the Bell Gardens Police Department is going to use 50% funding when I never had resources in high school growing up or anything like that. I never had a counselor or someone I could speak to because the resources weren't there. I just think that you should put those resources to help the younger community and the next generation instead of funding for the police department when in reality they don't do anything good for the community. They just scare the community and the youth just ends up hating the police even more. And especially right now, going through a pandemic, a racist pandemic, I think that it just justifies it enough that enough is enough to deserve any more funding to police. And there should be like background checks or more
Thank you for your comments. That concludes the time.
okay.
The next speaker is Ivan Medina.
Hello, please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Jane Halstead.
Hello,
Hello, is this Ivan Medina?
this is him.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and go ahead and state your comments. You have, due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak. So you can go ahead and speak.
Thank you. My name is Ivan Medina, and I am concerned that with the growth of the city's revenue, we have seen a reinvestment in the police department as is. As is, and no considerable accountability or oversight commission in place for the last 5 years. From Councilmember Roxana's analysis of comparable cities' police budgets, we see that our crime rate is not the highest and our population is not the largest. A common trope is that we must pay the police to keep our community safe, when in reality, the number of serious offenses in our community do not, in my opinion, demand the price to the taxpayers of BG. As a voter and an advocate for transparency in the city's operations, not having a space where individuals can gather and determine that the police department executes the definition of community's understanding of a particular aspect of public safety is deplorable. I believe that continuing to fund the police department at 50% of our general budget should be reassessed, and we should reallocate to community programs that enhances the quality of life for the city of Bell Gardens residents. Another topic which is similarly positioned is the lack of investment in anti-deportation policy and programming.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Oops, sorry. The next speaker is Laura Cortez.
Hello,
Hello, is this Laura Cortez?
speaking.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your
Yes.
name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers tonight, you're limited to 1 minute to speak. So go ahead and start.
My name is Laura. I live in BG. I want the city to abolish the police department, and yes, I know that sounds scary. Today, I'm asking this council to table the city budget and direct staff to propose a plan to defund the police. My encounters with the police are either BGPD targeting and harassing community members or abusing their power by sleeping on the job and speeding through streets without sirens, risking public safety. What I want for our city is mental health services, TV shelters, and youth programming, not police, not surveillance. I'm aware some folks are expressing support for BGPD. I want to remind this council and folks listening that people who are targeted and traumatized by BGPD and police in general are much less likely to be civically engaged and join these meetings to give comment for fear and triggering trauma response. Defunding BGPD needs opportunities for meaningful community safety, which is not easy and shouldn't be rushed, which is why I propose starting defunding BGPD by 25%, which will make it comparable to Paramount's PD budget allocation and with populations larger than PG.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments, Miss. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Cheryl Posada.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Is this Cheryl Posada?
This is Cheryl.
Cheryl, my name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak. So go ahead and get started.
Hi, my name is Cheryl, and I'm commenting on agenda item number 14. I want to defund the police and propose that the money from the budget be used to hire professionals that can help our community instead of hurting and intimidating them like the police is currently doing. It's time to dismantle the old racist model of American policing and create a new system that strengthens our communities and guarantees freedom and justice for all. The money from the budget should also be invested in our city to provide affordable housing, recreational facilities, youth services, and education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Bye-bye. The next speaker is Christopher Leon.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Leon?
Yes, this is him.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. And due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak. So go ahead and proceed.
Okay, before I start, I submitted a graphic to be presented. I'm not sure if that's being shown right now, but I'll go ahead and start. Basically, that graphic shows the regional budgets of the surrounding cities of Bell Gardens and their allocation from city budgets. And we are the second most highest city in the region to be funding our police station. I just kind of want to start and address this kind of directed towards Chief Fairfield. I just want to open the dialogue and kind of reach out, start the conversation of what's reasonable to you. What would you have invested in this community when you control 50% of the budget? Now, I'm all for law enforcement, but for the past couple of years, in 2016, you received $270,000 increase. In 2017, you received a $1.5 million increase, and in 2018, you received an $800,000 increase. So I want to see what can we do to reinvest in our community? What can we discuss? And another thing I want to address too is, to what extent does the police force interact with the community? Do they have connections with the local populace?
Thank you for your comments, sir. The next speaker is Lillian Perez.
Hello?
Hello, good evening. Is this Lillian Perez?
This is she?
Okay, my name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of
Okay.
speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak, so go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Lillian Perez. I am a resident of Bell Gardens. And I wanted to make my concerns known because I think it is pretty ridiculous that we have a 50% budget for the police when our schools and our parks are really underfunded. I would also like to thank our sitting member, Marco Bacona, for letting this information known. And all I want to say is we voted you guys in and we can vote you guys out. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Abraham Cadena.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Cadena?
Yeah, this is him.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak. So go ahead and get started.
Okay, my name is Abraham, and I'd like to comment on agenda item 14. Our coalition has supported amending the upcoming fiscal year's proposed city budget. The current proposed city budget plans on allocating 50% of the budget to the police department. The amount of funds that goes into the police department is unacceptable, and it does not reflect the needs of our community. We need investment into our community and not the policing of it. I would much rather have the city funds go towards the promoting of rent control and affordable housing, investing into recreational facilities, which the city has and continues to neglect, the youth services, mental health services, education, and helping the homeless population of our city, rather than the department that signed a contract with us last year. There are other departments in the city that can bring these demands to fruition. I also propose the use of a participatory budget model to promote true democracy and let the people of our city decide where to allocate these funds. I encourage you to solicit input from our community and ensure that participatory budgeting exists. Thank you for listening, for your time, and I urge you to take my demands into consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Have a good evening. The next public speaker is Jocelyn Del Real.
Hello?
Hello, is this Jocelyn?
Yeah, this is her speaking.
Jocelyn, this is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers we have tonight, you only have 1 minute to speak, so go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. My name is Jocelyn Real. I'm a resident of Bell Gardens. I'm urging the City Council to table the approval of the budget to appropriately defund the police and invest in our community. We have more people working for the police department than any other city staff combined in BG. We have looked at the reported numbers to see where the department is expending their resources in terms of their function, and I was shocked to see 1,360 physical arrests and 10,830 cases for parking violations. You know, parking is a huge city issue. Are we profiting off this parking issue now rather than funding solutions? That's what these numbers are saying. The fact that over $120,000 is spent on gas for 4 personnel that serve for parking enforcement doesn't add up. As shown in the financial reports of the PD, they are funding things like $36,000 on shooting range supplies. Almost $300,000 were spent overall on vacation buyouts, where people in the department can sell unused vacation time back to the city. Why is this a thing? In a profession where we burn out, where the burnout of personnel can have lethal consequences on communities of color. This should not be prioritized in our city. These funds could be better support services for the community.
Thank you for your comments, Miss.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. The next speaker is Jennifer Rodriguez.
Hello?
Hi, is this Jennifer Rodriguez?
Yes, this is Jennifer Rodriguez.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak, so go ahead and state your comments.
Yes, I had much to speak about, but what I do want to mention is I can't believe the council is limiting the community to 1 minute, but they can extend the time if they wanted to. When you talk about time, let's talk about time. This is the time of our community. I think that the council can afford to take 30 additional minutes to listen and hear our community's concerns. Whose time are we talking about? Conserving their time? Our community wants extended time, so 1 minute is not enough for them to express their concerns, and this is very upsetting.
Does that conclude your comments?
We'll only have a minute, right? Or should
Right.
I have my 3 minutes?
You have 24 seconds.
Exactly. This is exactly, you waste 30 seconds of the time, so why don't you give that to the community that is calling in to express its concern? It makes no sense what you all doing. When you can extend the time to 3 minutes, extend the time to see there and listen to the community, they voted for all of you. You should add additional time to them. Yeah.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Sandra Garcia. Oops, I dialed the wrong number.
Hello?
Yes, good evening. Is this Sandra Garcia?
Yes, it is.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone.
Okay.
Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak. So go ahead and get started.
All right. My name is Sandra Garcia. I'm a citizen resident who lives in Bell Gardens. I am commenting on the agenda number 14, which concerns the city budget for next year. I believe the vote should be postponed to a later date and that a budget proposed by the people should be created. I want to defund the police and propose their money from that budget to be used to hire individuals who are specialized in dealing with the socioeconomic issues that create harm. The budget should also be used to invest in park kids need shades, street bumps to slow down crazy drivers, our residents with low income or no income, our elderly, bring back our swimming pool, our town, and abolish ICE. Our town will be much better. Sharing is caring, and in order to make our town true, hub progress, and not a selfish community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Michelle.
Hello. Please state your name after the tone, and Google Voice will try to connect you.
Jane Halstead.
Hello.
Good evening. Is this Michelle?
This is Michelle.
Michelle, my name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak. So go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. I'm calling on behalf of the Unión de Vecinas of Bell Gardens and California Latinas for Reproductive Justice to express our support for the push to defund the police and prioritize funding that reflects the actual needs of the community, such as affordable housing, tenant services, unemployment assistance, reproductive and other healthcare, parks and rec, education, quality jobs, and more. This is what it actually looks like to address systemic racism and inequality. If you all are serious, as you mentioned in the previous city council meeting about addressing systemic racism, then you will not pass the budget today and you will provide opportunities for participatory budgeting as the community is requesting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Michelle. The final speaker to be called is Jorge Chavez.
Hello?
Good evening. Is this Jorge Chavez?
Yes.
My name is Jane Halstead, City Clerk for the City of Bell Gardens. I'm calling you so you can state your comments before the City Council by phone. Please announce your name and state your comments. Due to the number of speakers, you only have 1 minute to speak, so go ahead and get started when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Bell Garden City Council, department heads, and city staff. I call in today to comment on agenda item 14. I specifically wanted to touch on the subject of certain allocations for certain departments that service our city. Everything in our budget seems as it was planned and thought with good intention, especially now that we're in a deficit. However, I disagree on the portion in which our police department takes over half of our proposed budget. I instead ask that our council shift the focus and allocate some of those funds towards social, recreational, and community programs to service our city. Our council member, Marco Barcena, made a really important and informative video to the residents in which he took the time to break down the proposed budget and compare our budget to neighboring cities' budgets. All of the other cities' budgets had substantially less funded police departments compared to ours, and in the end, Councilmember Barcena stated, quote, "It appears that there's no correlation in the amount of serious crime and the spending based on percentage," end quote. Ultimately, let us not defund the police, but allocate some of their funding to other departments that provide that community and social welfare for our community, like recreational, community development, and public works. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. We're now moving on to the written email comments, and as well, please limit me to 1 minute as I'm reading these emails. Are you ready?
Hold on 1 moment. Let me mute this. What's wrong with my mouse?
I'm the godmother of an explorer. And well, no?
I'm just testing. Are we supposed to be hearing a comment now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, 2-1 here.
Can you hear me on your audios? Yes?
I can hear you now. Yeah, thank you.
So we're restarting. I am the proud mother of an explorer at the Bell Gardens Police Department. My son has been a part of the BGPD Explorer program for over 4 years, and throughout those years, I have had the pleasure of watching him grow into a respectful, confident, goal-oriented young man. Although we do try to instill those characteristics at home, I cannot take all the credit. The policemen and women over the program have worked hard and diligently to teach those young adults how to have respect, honor, and love our beautiful community. The program has provided these young adults with guidance, support, encouragement, and commitment. I have seen how my son has used all those qualities he has attained from the program and utilized them in his day-to-day life, and how much it has helped him achieve short and long-term goals. My son admires the program and police officers so much that he has made it his goal to pursue a career in law enforcement. I cannot thank this program enough for what it has done for my son. I would hate for it to be affected by police defunding I keep hearing about. Defunding the program would be a great disadvantage to our already disadvantaged community. Next one. Hello, my name is Jose Eustaquio, and I have been a police explorer for the Bell Gardens Police Department for almost 4 years already. This program has taught me so much, and it has taught me that police have a purpose and the people I have met inside are my heroes. This program has helped me grow and I achieve a lot. I have stayed off the streets and learned more about becoming a police officer, which is my goal in the future. Defunding the police department would not do anything but cause more trouble for not only us, but all of Bell Gardens. Me and my fellow explorers all feel as if we are brothers and sisters and would like you to understand that the police department does so much for us. Thank you. Dear Mayor and Council members, I am Kaiden Rivera and I'm 15 years old. I am part of the Police Explorer program that Bell Gardens has, and I am part of the Post 673. I'm so grateful to be part of this program. It's been amazing ever since the first day I joined as an applicant. I graduated not long ago on December 7, 2019, and I was so excited to be called an explorer. I was able to start off as an applicant to move on to being a recruit to making police explorer. I have learned so much and so many skills probably would have never learned. This program has had a great impact on my life and it has taught me so many things that have made me understand a lot of things too. It is really great post and I'm glad to be a part of it. I have just started this journey of being an explorer and haven't been able to see as much of this virus. COVID occurred. It has taken away time from us to learn new things from this post. And I would not like for this program to stop. I would like to continue and come out of there with a future and a career plan. This program not only teaches us things, but has made many of our explorers become someone and have managed to get them an amazing path and career. And it's truly amazing. Next one. Dear Mayor and Council members, I'm writing to the Council and to the community in regards to the rumors of defunding the Bell Gardens Police Department. I believe defunding our police department as a resource to the recent incidents of police brutality across the US is not the answer and is merely a meager fix. Instead, I suggest serious police reform as a better alternative for all police departments. In my opinion, the root of the police brutality is not in the training because the proper training is here, but in the lack of high personality standards. People with bad toxic traits such as racism, narcissism, and power-hungry individuals should be screened out when departments are recruiting for new peace officers. I also might suggest allocating funding for a unit of non-lethal law enforcement that handles nonviolent crimes and mental health incidents in order to gain trust with the community. However, I will restate that defunding the BGPD is not the answer. I am a 19-year-old police explorer corporal of the Bell Gardens Police Department, and I can state for hands that our police explorer post has positively influenced many youth like myself that are raised here in the community or in nearby communities. Ready? Hello, my name is Pedro Olmos. I'm a 15-year-old explorer for the Bell Gardens Police Department, and I have been told that there have been many plans on cutting police department budgets. The Bell Gardens Police has done great things for the people and have helped out distributing food during our pandemic when people are in need the most. And we've also done many other things. I graduated from the academy on December 7th. I joined because I knew people that were in it and told me all the things they have done for the people of the city. I have gained many neat abilities or things that I could have never known I was able to do. That's thanks to Lieutenant Camacho and also Detective Roberts and other police officers. They generally care for the city and its people, and they have done great things for it. And cutting its budget will stop us from being able to help the city's people. We won't be able to help the ones in need. Literally on June 23rd, we are doing a food drive. We won't be able to do that if we get cut or our budget cut. That's why I'm telling, please don't cut it. Pedro Olmos. Dear Mayor and City Council members, my name is Samantha Villalpando, and I'm a resident of the city of Bell Gardens. I'm writing to acknowledge the Bell Gardens Police Department for all their hard work throughout these tough times and all the dedication they have been putting into the Police Explorers program throughout the years. During these times of uncertainty, there have been many comments about defunding the police department, and I'm sure that with cuts to suffice money management amongst the rest of the departments and activities, the Explorers programs may very well be at risk. I want to highlight that the Explorers program has created an impact in the lives of many youth and its members, from creating inspiration to developing them into strong, knowledgeable individuals. The impact it has created on personal life is in fact, astonishing, and I have witnessed it. My sister has been in this program for 4 years now, and throughout that time, I have seen her grow as an individual and be a better person within herself as well as in our community. I have seen her patience, work, and teach while being in this program. Allowing the ability for the youth to get an insight into law enforcement is what capabilities and duties it offers helps understand who they are themselves. Good evening. My name is Michelle Villalpando, and I am writing this letter in regards to the comments of defunding the police department. I understand that we're living in difficult times at the moment, and a lot of hatred is going around to all cops right now, which is extremely understandable, but I wanted to acknowledge that defunding the police department does not only affect the police officers, but affects the Explorer programs, as well as many other employees working there that are not police officers. I have been in the Explorers programs for almost 4 years now, and it has tremendously impacted my life. The Explorer programs definitely means a lot to me, and I know that if the police station gets defunded, this program will be the first to go. A few of the reasons as to why this program is important to me is because it has definitely made me a better person, has led me in the right path, has taught me a lot due to experiences that I have encountered, and most importantly, it has empowered me, a young individual, to create a future in law enforcement. Furthermore, without the presence of this program, I do not believe that my character nor my accomplishments thus far would have been attainable. Throughout my time in this program, I have seen many explorers become incredible people with amazing jobs due to the help of this program. Dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Perla Coronado, and I'm an explorer at the Bell Gardens Police Department, and I have been an explorer for 3 years. This police department has helped me immensely. They have all sacrificed their time to show us and teach us about a better people, and they have helped me in everything, and I feel that they should not be defunded because the police officers put their lives on the line every day to protect our communities and keep the peace, for example, Bell Gardens. I believe that this career line is a difficult job that these men and women undertake every day. Bell Gardens police officers have done nothing but amazing job to keep the city calm and peaceful. This is why I feel Bell Gardens Police Department should not be defunded. Perla Coronado. My name is Miriam Hinojosa, and I'm an explorer representing the BGPD Explorer Post 673. Knowing that the situation we're currently living through is affecting everyone, including youngsters, what is this department that has done to me is becoming a better person at home and at school. It also has showed us to respect our community and grow as a person. The Bell Gardens Police Department has always shown us the positive things to compose in the outside world, accept others, and not be judgmental. The program has helped me a lot in school in not being mixed up with the negative people. It has shown me integrity, compassion, and courage. A lot of the officers have shown this to us and always supporting our peers. This post is really like my second family, and I appreciate them so much. Thank you for reading my email. My name is Jason Reyes, and I'm currently serving as a sergeant of your Bell Gardens Police Explorer program. On behalf of all of our explorers, we plead that you do not take any action defunding our police department. Our Explorer program is a staple in the youth of our community and means a great deal to my peers and friends involved in the program. Many of us have invested a large part of our lives into this program and learn and grow as citizens and future law enforcement officials. To have this blasting of a program taken from us would hurt tremendously, and many explorers who have held this together by influence or structure may fall apart. Thank you for your time, Jason Reyes. I am Jesus Lomeli, a resident of Bell Gardens and police explorer for the Bell Gardens Police Department. As we all see what's going on with the recent death of George Floyd, the people of the United States want cities to defund the police department. As an explorer from BGPD and a resident from the city of Bell Gardens, this would affect me and the residents in various ways. Defunding the police means less equipment going out to police officers, that being vehicles, uniforms, etc., which can lead to slower response time, less officers working due to budget cuts, less resources to help with investigations. So many other possibilities. This may affect not only me, but the people of this wonderful city. Defunding the police station may also affect our Explorer program. This program will always have a special place in my heart for all it has helped me with. This program helped build the man I am today. If it wasn't for this program, I honestly wouldn't know where I would be today. Our advisors, Detective Roberts, Officer Perez, Lieutenant Camacho, Advisor Hernandez, have helped out in so many ways that it's safe to say that I see them as a father and mother figure when I wear this uniform. So as an explorer for this city and resident, I beg you not to defund. Hold on. Dear City Council, I'm writing to ask you to continue funding this department. During these times of difficulty, I've learned to appreciate the meaning of being an explorer. This department has been incredibly generous and helpful in many aspects. They've taught me the essence of being part of a group, helping and serving the community, and growing as an individual. I'm wholeheartedly grateful for my integration in this organization. It's truly upsetting and unfair to observe that they are defunding the police department. They've been more to me than I'd ever think. Again, from experience, I don't believe it's just to defund the department that has a goal to teach the younger to serve in an attempt of wellness. Please rethink your decision before altering the growth of individuals like myself and the community entirely. Thank you so much for reading. Marca Santana. My name is Marbella Coronado, and I have been in the Bell Gardens Police Explorers for 3 years. The Bell Gardens Police Program has contributed a major part of my life. They have developed who I am and helped me succeed in life. They have not only taught me law enforcement skills, but also skills needed for the real world. I have learned leadership skills, communication, responsibility, and getting out of my comfort zone. With the help of the Bell Gardens Police Department, I can continue moving forward in my next step to my career. I believe the Bell Gardens Police Department should not get defunded because throughout the years, they have taught me and helped many teenagers and future officers because they were able to get materials needed for the program. They were able to interact with others and help support people who have trouble financially and help them stay in the program. Defunding the department will cause many challenges and obstacles for many individuals. It will impact the Explorer program negatively because we won't have the resources needed to go help with traffic checks and other events that require explorers and advisors to help. The Bell Gardens Police Explorer program has continued to have a positive impact in my life and the community we help. With the resources and helps from others, the program will continue to develop the characters of many individuals and continue to help others. Bell Gardens Police Explorers is a huge part of my life due to multiple reasons, such as it indicated qualities I thought I would never adapt to. The qualities I'm referring to are responsibility, leadership, and confidence. Throughout the years I have been in the Explorer and I have adapted to these qualities. Every teenager should have these qualities. Not only it helps in being in the post, but as well as in life. This is what the program is about, teaching and guiding teens that need assistance to adapt and gravitate to these qualities. It helps individuals in the long road. When they become adults, they will be ahead of everyone else and be ready for any challenge that comes their way due to the Bell Gardens Police Explorer program. Individuals that are entailed to any Explorer program execute in life. For example, 3 explorers from BGPD have been dismissed from the post due to age regulation and are now jailers for the same police department. Some past explorers at the post encountered are now police officers. The program helps teens to achieve prominent qualities and to excel in life. Andrew Nunez. The Bell Gardens Police Department has always been there for my community in the good times and through the bad, and always find a way to give back no matter how small. They're always there to protect and serve as a police explorer. I've been given the opportunity to work alongside police officer. If it wasn't for the Explorer program, I honestly don't know what would become of me. I learned many valuable skills and have built a solid character. The Explorer Police Academy, as well as our Explorer post, taught me the importance of integrity, compassion, and courage. I've become a far better person than I was 1, 2, 3 years ago. I used to be very shy, impatient, and a selfish person that didn't care what would happen if I didn't do things right. That all changed at the age of 15 when I became an explorer. For once in my life, I was pushed to be a better and go above and beyond my struggle, and became worse and worse. But the timing that keeps me going was both my parents, my partners, and their motivation. Fast forwarding today, I'm a complete different person. And I was before. If it wasn't for the BGPD department, I would be a totally different person and not have friends and family I have today. And honestly, I want to thank the department. Things are changing around the world and in our community. This change will ultimately convey good outcomes towards African Americans and other peoples of nationality. Although their intentions are good, demanding for equality and abolishing police brutality, they're also trying to defund each and all the police departments, which can prohibit outside support or other disconnections with the communities. On the incident, on the subject of police brutality, let me say that the incident that occurred between George Floyd and those 4 officers was a tragedy, and it gave society a bad outlook on police officers. The incident gave a realization to our fierce and passionate communities and stand up for what is right, even if it means going against law enforcement, who has done the harm in the situation. However, I do expect human decency and civility on how our communities express themselves and not engaging in destructive behavior. These 4 cops were obviously not intended for law enforcement because of their destructive methods of force and lack of acknowledging their code of conduct. Police officers are supposed to serve and protect their communities, not divide and hurt them. There are so many outstanding police. Hello, I'm a concerned citizen. Your proposed budget for BGPD is set at 50, which is unnecessarily high. In fact, high budgets for law enforcement result in more violence and takes away resources from education, community service, and crime prevention. Please reconsider your budget and reduce budget. Huey, you? To the City Council, I will be commenting on discussion topic 14 on the agenda. Bell Gardens has been my whole life, 19 years to be exact. Growing up, I was surrounded by gang violence and regular policing on Marlowe by the preschool Codella. While Bell Gardens has been stricken by gang violence and gang members targeting the most susceptible groups or gangs or youth, city funds for the next year budget should be allocated towards community development, youth programs, and recreation. Doing so will provide an opportunity for the youth in our community to invest their time and energy in wholesome leisure activities out of our streets and away from gangs. Allocating funds towards community development, we can develop a better neighborhood watch systems and work with BGPD instead of pulling all the weight on BGPD, which has too many funds being allocated to them. What is all this money being used for? We demand a comprehensive report that is user-friendly, especially for the elder in our community, to be shared with the people of Bell Gardens that details how the funds are being used. We should not invest half of the city's budget in BGPD when there are more important issues that are rampant in our community. Infrastructure, education, community development, affordable housing, and youth programs should be a priority. My name is Lilith. I am a concerned citizen who lives within the city of Bell Gardens. I'm commenting on agenda item 14, which concerns the city budget. I believe that the vote for the budget on the upcoming year should be tabled and should be rescheduled at a later date. I propose the staff a plan in order to start defunding the police force in our city. According to the current proposal, 50% of the city's budget would go to the police. That money should be better used in other parts of the budget. Furthermore, I recommend that the defunding of the police force be gradual. I recommend the budget to be reduced at least 10 to 15% initially, and that the portion of the budget be refocused into programs that help revitalize the neighborhood, leading to a decreased crime rate, as well as an increase of social workers that are more likely to help with the socioeconomic issue that leads to crime. Additionally, the allocation of the funds should be largely decided by our community, preferably using the participatory budget model. If we truly want to be the hub of progress, as our city motto explains, we need to take the steps to be on the right side of history. To whom it concerned, instead of having a set of the 50% of budget going towards the police department, why don't you fix a community pool or invest in affordable housing recreation facilities for the youth service education? You can also keep both baseball fields and softball fields. Many of the people, young and older, use those fields and enjoy the game. You should all been there when the girls are playing softball. Those girls are so passionate about the sport and they're so young, it will blow your mind. The little ones use the field as well as play t-ball, and excitement when they hit the ball off the tee is the cutest thing ever. I've never been so ashamed of the Bell Gardens resident until now. Keep the fields. You need to invest more in the community. They are the future. Hello, members of the City Council. Thank you, Jane Halster, for reading everyone's emails and allowing for the community to have a voice. My name is Ruth Aguilar, and I have lived in Bell Gardens for 20 years. Throughout my life, I have seen the effects of underfunding our schools, recreational centers, and overall for our community. It makes it so Bell Gardens is not a fun or desirable place to live for our youth. It makes them feel like there's less opportunity out in the world. They feel a big desire to leave here. It is how you want your citizens to feel about your city. A way to change this narrative in Bell Gardens is not a good place to live is by putting funding into places that would directly help our youth, like recreational centers and funding for school programs. I do not believe that Bell Gardens Police Department should have a large percentage of our annual budget, and urge you to move funding into things that will help the community and are actually wanted. The police incite fear in our community and have not made any positive changes in our city. They do not help our homeless population or youth at risk, and they have not handled something as simple as a fireworks going off in multiple areas of Bell Gardens. How can you expect us to be satisfied with a budget that puts the majority of the funds to people who cannot handle the simple tasks such as fireworks? Not to mention that you're showing support for a system that is meant to attack BIPOC, but hello, I'm writing as a lifelong Bell Gardens resident with concerns about the Plan 2021 budget. Despite the growth and development in our community, the Bell Gardens City Council is proposing that the 50% of the budget be dedicated to the police department. While recognizing that officers work in our city, Bell Gardens does not need more police and the police department does not need more money. I'm calling for the police budget to be cut and for those funds to be moved to public works and recreation sectors. We cannot be a great city if we always worried about criminals while doing nothing to prevent crime. Large police departments do not prevent crime. Social nets and community care do. It is better to put our funds towards helping our residents. Carla Aguilar. Hello, my name is Christopher and I have been living in Bell Gardens my entire life along with my family of 8. I am commenting on agenda item number 14, which concerns the city budget for next year. I, along with many of my fellow residents of Bell Gardens, believe that the vote should be postponed to a later date, that a budget proposed by the people should be created. I want to defund the police in a gradual manner and propose money from that budget be used to hire social workers and other individuals who are specialized in dealing with socioeconomic issues that create crime. Furthermore, I believe that our city should be spending at least a quarter of our budget on education. As an alumnus of Bell Gardens Elementary, Intermediate, and Bell Gardens High School, I know that our schools need a lot more funding. Christopher Perez. Dear Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Luz Castro. I'm a lifelong Bell Gardens resident. I am emailing you today asking that you consider defunding the police department and instead invest the funds in youth and social services as mental health, domestic violence, and services for our homeless. I ask that the city takes the next steps to look into other alternatives that help communities feel safer and overall improve the quality of life. I know that you could take many forms. I myself don't claim all the answers, but I do know that the plan to transform our community has to start somewhere. I propose that some money be used to hire consultants that are specialized in solving the socioeconomic issues that create harm and consider creating a task force to look into deeper solutions. It is clear that over the years, the Bell Gardens police budget has been ridiculously bloated and our community is left with scraps. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you publicly commit to defund the police instead of commit to redistribute our city money to community resources. Hello, my name is Josue, and I'm writing as a resident of Bell Gardens to ask that the budget in the police department not be raised and for it to be reduced. More than half of the city budget goes towards policing, which takes away from resources that are shown to actually reduce crime. We have to allocate the resources towards community services and parks and recreations. There is little evidence that shows more police and reduced crimes, and I would like to ask that the budget be more fairly allocated to funding resources for the community rather than to police its own residents. Please consider that the police budget is already more than half of the city budget. Reduction by a few percent means more proportionality to other departments, which can work to improve the community life. The police department would still be funded well, even if the budget allocates less. Again, I ask to reduce the budget for the police department, that the community services and other departments' budgets be increased. Thank you for your time and consideration, Josue. Dear members of the City Council, my name is Julia Aguilar Jerez, and I have been a resident in Bell Gardens for the past 25 years. I'm writing to you to request the majority of the funds be allocated, that the majority of the funds allocated for the BGPD be invested into more reproductive and life-changing funds towards youth development. Research has shown that consistent programming in youth development in ages 7 to 18 leads to a higher education rates, improvements in their social and emotional skills, creates a safer environment both physically and emotionally, and provides greater likelihood of participants contributing back to their community. Our youth development programs are scarce, under-resourced, and inconsistent. By allocating more funds towards our programs, we would provide more professional development opportunities for staff members, youth leadership roles, and build connections with the community. It is a common pattern of low-income communities where the budget towards the police is higher than youth development, affordable housing, recreational activities, and education combined. What does this say about our priorities for Bell Gardens? The only way our community can grow is if we invest back into the community. Please do not approve this budget. Instead, allocate those funds towards a positive and productive programming towards our community. Dear Bell Gardens City Council, my name is Juan Herrera and I'm the principal for Bell Gardens High School. I have worked with with Bell Gardens community as an administrator since 1997, having worked at Subai, Laguna Nueva, and BGHS. I write this letter as a testimony to my experience with and support for the Bell Gardens Police Department. As a former progress specialist, assistant principal, and current principal at BGHS, I have worked with the BGPD in several ways: community involvement, professional development, parent workshops, career fairs, active shooter training, youth group support, and lastly, criminal issues. Without a doubt, the BGPD is an excellent department that practices what it preaches: improve the quality of life of those who live and work in the city by providing excellent community service, while they work to reduce crime. Under the direction of Chief Scott Fairfield, the BGPD has proven to be committed and dedicated to provide public safety to the BG community. All members of BGPD have proven themselves to be exceptional police officers. The current movement in society has its merits in regards to institutionalized practices that need to change. However, we cannot just generalize and make assumptions in regards to all police departments. And as an educator, we do. Hi, my name is Laban. I am commenting on the proposed budget, which sets 50% of the city budget to go to police. Would it not be in our best interest to defund police who enforce broken window policing? Why are we not allocating monies to our city's youth centers, parks, affordable housing, healthy food access, health clinics, schools, education facilities, and food? I have lived here for almost 18 years and have never had a good encounter with police. Police show up in crowds of about 5 or 6 for issues that sometimes don't require them to be there. This is harmful, especially during pandemic and in a brown and black growing neighborhood. I've heard cops pull someone over at night these past few weeks and seen a police helicopter frequent over our neighborhood for no good reason. Moreover, funding our neighborhood for direct action is important in building the community that is wealthy and planful. I see 50% of the money going to police when it could be going to better family women clinics, fix our streets, provide more greenery, better free lunches, new curriculum, and higher pay for our teachers, showing that we actually care and to grow our community rather. Okay. Dear members and council members, my name is Corinne Rodriguez and I'm a former City of Bell Gardens business owner. I owned my business at Bell Gardens for 6 years. During that time, I placed my daughter in the Bell Gardens Christian School. She then went on to St. Gertrude's Great Catholic School. And then she speaks about her involvement. Just today, I attended a church service. His words were so meaningful. This type of interaction with police and community is something that I do not even see in my own community. The transparency, the ability to admit when they are not perfect and will accept accountability, and how they invest in the above beyond training. These are things that make the community gain trust and start to feel safe in police interaction. This type of dialogue is so important to the community. Policing can help bring people together. There are some residents who know police officers by name. Children wave as officers drive by. This is wonderful. The relationships developed are beautiful. With the current state of our society, it scares me to think about dismantling and defunding of the police agencies all over the United States. It is my hope that these people in Bell Gardens continue to come together to support BGPD. I hope this letter finds you well. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for answering my online question regarding calls for service during the service at Touchpoint Church. You did a great job today and I'm very proud of you. Right now, things are so unsettling to say the least. The idea of any police department becoming defunded is a scary thought. We're living through uncertain times right now, and a lot of the community members are afraid to have any type of interaction with police. But I think that you keeping an open dialogue and transparency will help a lot of people with those fears. Is there a petition to sign against the defunding of the PD? If so, you have my support. I do not live in BG, but I do have a relative who lives there. I will look online for those documents you mentioned. Your words today were very meaningful, touched my heart when you mentioned your emotions. I know you're a huge part of the community. I've seen you around a lot. I never forget the honor of having lunch with you and Chief Barnes as his retirement luncheon by Mary Lou Treves and her Neighborhood Watch members. You have my full support. You have always been great to me. Please keep your safety. And thank you so much for your awesome leadership. Sincerely, Corinne. Hello, I'm writing to call for the defunding of BGPD. 50% of our budget directly going to our police department is not in the best interest of the community. Our parks facilities need to be revamped. Have you been in the restrooms? I don't think anyone feels comfortable using the restrooms in our city's parks. The picnic tables, grills, trash cans. So many changes can be made to improve the look of our city, but our funds are going to the police. Our community has the potential to be flourishing with small businesses powered by the community. But every development in the Bell Garden seems to be reserved for corporations. Our neighborhood, using neighbors as a way to refer to the city as a whole, are skilled with many talents. Think of the economic impact we can have for our city if we invest in creating affordable locales for Bell Gardens residents to use. Our pool was taken away years ago and promised to be remodeled. We've been waiting for years. I'm not sure if we can invest in the schools of our community, but schools have been impacted by COVID. Severely consider sending some funding their way. We need programs that will help our residents and turn lives around. We have homeless problem. We have drug problem. It is time to tackle these issues and continue to brush them off. 7:14. Hello, my name is Monique Morales and I live in Bell Gardens. I'm commenting on item number 14 for the proposed budget for next year. I'm concerned due to the poor distribution of funds that allocates 50% of our city's budgets to BGPD. The budget presentation for the fiscal year 2021 demonstrates a drop in BGPD's budget of about $634,000, but only because of the temporary defunding of 3 positions. As reported, there are some discrepancies in spending of their budget. For example, in field services, we have $18,000 being spent in uniforms and professional clothing, repair maintenance, $109,000, investigative services that have $255,000 in vacation buyout, and administrative have auto sale allowance spending of about $36,000 on a range of supplies, $26,000 on office supplies. If we want to change, it starts by correctly allocating funds and investing in making this a better community through community programs such as youth services, affordable housing, and mental health services. I'm asking for the council to revisit the proposed budget and reallocate these funds to serve our community better. This was like more than 47. Hello, my name is Brandy Macias and I have been a Bell Gardens resident for 16 years. I write to the City Council today as a concerned resident who feels their community deserves better than what is being offered. This is largely based on the proposed annual budget for the fiscal year 2021. I and many others in the community believe that 50% of the budget being spent on the Bell Gardens Police Department is not irresponsible but extremely outrageous. BGPD should not receive roughly $15 million in the entire budget when Bell Gardens lacks essential and more important services and programs. I ask the City Council to highly reconsider cutting off at least 25% of the Bell Gardens Police Department funds. The road to defunding the police is not easy, but needs to be done for the livelihood of our residents. Defunding BGPD means opportunity for the youth, elders. It means providing proper mental health services. It means implementing shelters for food programs for less fortunate residents. It means investing in our parks and opening the pool back up. It means important things. So again, I write to you to rethink and establish a way to reallocate funds directly into the city community. On behalf, dear Jane Alston and Honorable City of Bell Gardens Council members, on behalf of East Coast Community for Environmental Justice and our members, we submit these comments to the City of Bell Gardens City Council meeting in regards to agenda item 14. EYCEJ is a community-based organization that was funded and established by residents in the City of Commerce. In 2001, our members are residents who are active on issues of environmental health, justice, land use, and community stability. We have membership all throughout the Southeast Los Angeles region, especially in the City of Bell Gardens. As members and stakeholders who reside, work, or visit Bell Gardens, we express our concerns with the agenda items that are proposed, and we wish to have the below topics and points examined and implemented immediately by the council. If there are any questions or comments, you can email them. As we know, the City of Bell Gardens, which does not have an extensive crime rate, spends a disproportionate amount per capita on funding of the police department. But what does this money go to? Most of it is traffic violations. Over 10,000 parking violations and 2,000 traffic violations and 120 alone spent on gas. What if this funding were to be reallocated? Hello, my name is Wendy Centeno and I have been a resident for Bell Gardens for 23 years now. I am commenting on item number 14 on the agenda today. I am writing as a concerned citizen who believes the voting for the annual budget should be postponed and the city needs to draft a budget which reflects the needs of our community. The Bell Gardens PD is set to receive $15 million this upcoming year as budget states, which is 50% of the annual budget. That is outrageous to me. The city council needs to prioritize the citizens, and funding the police department only paves the road for a more criminalized city. The city is desperate need for the money to be spent on education, affordable housing, parks and recreations for the community, and so many other resources. BGPD needs to be defunded and it's not an easy road, but a necessary step. We must move toward community-oriented solutions. The city must listen to its community members for that to be possible. Thank you for your time, Wendy Simpson. Question, and this is from Grisel Luna. The city budget graph the council member Marco Barcenas posted on Facebook this week showed different cities' population, budget steps, budget, etc. He points out that our city is spending too much on our police, but compared to other cities, we are working to get crime rates smaller. Some cities are bigger, others are smaller. Some cities have a sheriff's department, which yes, you need a bigger budget and a bigger population. I don't see this future budget can be comparable with other cities whose numbers are totally different than ours. As council members, can you look into this more? Because my fellow members of the community were also confused by this graph. Thank you. Hello, my name is Laura Torres, and I have lived in Bell Gardens my entire life. I am close friends with the liquor store owners who has witnessed firsthand the severity of the crime problem our city faces, experiencing shockingly constant robberies. As a resident, I, of course, am very familiar with the widespread crime as well, and therefore the budgeting towards police seems justifiable. I hope that whatever decision is made to reflect the importance of our safety and the severity of our crime rates. I invite residents to look up this data as well as actual data about our school funding, salaries, resources, etc. Thank you. This one is from Celso Bárcena. BG es una ciudad muy chica y no es tan violenta para el número de policías que esta ciudad mantiene y el total de dinero que cada año se ocupa en la policía, 50% total del presupuesto anual. Con el resto que nos queda tenemos que pagar todos los empleados, todos los programas que benefician a los niños, todos los mantenimientos a áreas verdes, parques de recreo, programas a adultos. Tenemos que reducir al máximo el desarrollo y la creación y promoción humana a nuestra población por la razón que más de la mitad de los dólares que entran a la ciudad son gastados en el departamento de policía. Debo de aceptar que así tienen que ser utilizados el 50% de los dinero en mi ciudad o quién es la autoridad de mi ciudad de BG. Hoy yo soy Bell Gardens, ¿y tú? Hello, I'm writing to call for the defunding of BGPD. 50% of the city's budget should not be going towards BGPD. The city needs to invest in resources that improve the community. There has been numerous deaths that have occurred in Garfield and Mueller. There needs to be a traffic light there to decrease the fatalities that keep occurring with the car crashes and motorcycle accidents. With COVID-19 pandemic, I believe the city can utilize this budget into helping schools and creating a plan for time they decide to reopen. This can be by providing masks for schools or for the entire community. Los Angeles County currently has an estimate of 78,000 cases of COVID, with Bell Gardens currently having 577 cases, according to the County of Los Angeles Public Health website. This budget can be used to provide resources to encourage the community members to social distance by possibly providing a plan to have groceries sent out to elderly and families at risk, providing masks to the community, and also help providing testing sites. 50% of the city's budget should not be going to BGPD. There are many resources this community needs, and the city council has done nothing. Hello, we want the city to spend more money on community services and less money on police. A great community has to fix problems at its roots, and you do that by providing services. Thanks, Rocio Bárcena. Hi, I'm a Bell Gardens native, and I'm beyond disappointed on the way the budgets are created. I ensure to vote every election to do what's best for my city. However, it seems to me that the budgets aren't benefiting the residents of Bell Gardens. It is very saddening that 50% of our budget goes to BGPD. I'm being completely honest, my neighbors and myself are afraid to call the police as they escalate situations. I went to public schools in Bell Gardens, and it feels like a slap in the face that the money is there and our city council chooses to give it to them. That money could be better spent given to our schools or our parks. Bell Gardens claims that they can't afford a city pool, but they can't afford BGPD. Why do they prioritize your money this way? Is it because you don't care about your community? Change begins small, and you have the power to at least redistribute some of those funds. The community is struggling, suffering. You have the power to do better. The fact is that the city council prepares its residents to fail. I grew up seeing so many people lack resources to the point that they didn't even have the choice to further their education. Bell Gardens can fund their community better and keep children off the streets and prepare them for a better future. I am grateful. This petition is against defunding our police department in Bell Gardens. We, the people, business, and residents support BGPD. And it has 29 names: Mario Perez, Carlos Barraza, Daniel Gomez, Kyle Reed, Danny Alvarez, Andy Alvarez, Christian Ramirez, Nicholas Salcedo, Jose Flores, William Loaiza, Eric Ramirez, Arno Perez, Jonathan Mercado, Christian Montoya, Edwin, Julio Guevara, Jesus Berhan, Clara, Maria Guadalupe, Omar, and Alberto Lucero. And they provide their addresses and phone numbers, 21 signatures. Over the last 40 years, there has been a massive expansion of policing. There is now police in schools. Policing tries to take care of too many problems like homelessness and untreated mental illness and youth violence. These are the things that we associate with policing, but it's become clear that the police are not capable of so much responsibility. I don't know why exactly who the good cops or the bad cops are, but we can agree that we are expecting too much from officers when we expect them to address homelessness, youth violence, and mental illness through their policing. We need to rethink, why are we turning all these social problems over to the police? We need to defund the police and put money into these social issues. Over 50% of the city budget goes to police. Reallocated money could be used to address social issues. Francisco Bárcena. Agenda item, user and regulatory fee study. I've surveyed the cities in 2018. The fees haven't changed much since then, but I would like to inquire why non-residents are charged such inflated fees for participation in city activities, specifically youth age activities. City of Bell, residents 20, non-residents 30. City of Downey, residents 25, non-residents 29. City of BG, residents 30, non-residents 60, or some 75. Non-residents are paying twice as much. Most people who grew up in BG still have parents here. Most of these parents are grandparents, caretakers to their children, and although some of them are no longer reside in BG, their roots are still here, and they choose to have their kids participate in BG activities. But why is the city charging them twice what a resident pays? And then the second comment, city clerk is for non-agenda items, so we'll go ahead and add that to the non-agenda. To whom it may concern, I do not believe that defunding the police is a great idea. You're putting the citizens of Bell Gardens at risk. The citizens' safety should be the #1 priority. Do you live in the city? I don't think so. Because if you did, you would know that the police are roaming and protecting the streets. My children live in this community and I want them to feel safe. If you think defunding the police is a good idea, maybe we need to vote you out of office. Thank you, Rodolfo Ciordia. I want to know what types of plans the city leaders are making to address systemic racism in our community. Are there funds going to be reallocated from police funding to community programs, which would make a larger police presence unnecessary? I would also like to bring up the topic of racism with Mexicans. Seeing our council members are largely Hispanic, I highly doubt that none of you have experienced, heard, or even seen discrimination towards Black peoples and Hispanics from Central America. I'd like to start a conversation which acknowledges these issues within our community. Would any of you care to acknowledge these issues existing within our community, and what else have you done to fight against racism? Ernesto Ramirez. Ivan Ramirez, spend more budget on the city community services and less on BGPD. I believe it is an injustice for our city and those who protect the city. I believe these men and women were underpaid as it is to protect and serve. Every day they put that uniform along with the badge. They put their lives on the line for our citizens. We have colored brothers in these uniforms. We are a city filled with multicultural backgrounds. It is not right that these decisions of some bad officers will affect the lives one who protect their citizens, black or white or brown or whatever color, as lives, all lives matter. Protect our police that do so much for our youth and that help make Bell Gardens be a safer place for our kids to play. The people that make BG a lot more safe than it was 20 years ago when our streets were filled with gangs and terror. Our community shall not have this and shall prosper. And that is by Marco Rivera. And that concludes our public comments. At this point, I'm going to go ahead and call for a 5-minute recess to give our translator a 5-minute break. I'm sorry, our interpreter. She's back there.
Testing 1, 2, 3. 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 Testing.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Mike, can you hear me?
Yes, Mayor Cortez, the city clerk's coming to just clarify something with you to your office and just.
Oh, thank you. Okay, city manager, we're ready. If you can go ahead and please give, so at this point, I had already closed public participation, but city manager, will you please give your report?
Thank you, Mayor Cortez. I'd just like to make note of a couple of items. On Wednesday last week, we had our census caravan. I believe the caravan, definitely participating in it was a good time. The residents that participated seemed to have a good time as well. I think we did a good job getting the message out. Since that time, we've had the equivalent of approximately 800 residents worth of census data completed over the last 5 days. So I think that was success. Also, I'd just like to mention the food distribution event tomorrow at 11 a.m. at Ford Park. It's being sponsored by Assemblymember Christina Garcia in participation with the city and with the Crescent Food Bank. Also, just like to state, since the last meeting, the skate park was opened last Monday. We worked through a few issues, and at this point, we believe it's running in a fashion that's safe in accordance with the public health guidelines. And we've got that dialed in pretty good. And with that, I thank you, Mayor Cortez.
Thank you, city manager. Moving on to our consent calendar. So members of the council, if you wish to pull any items for separate discussion, this would be the time.
Yes, I'd like to pull item number 6. And item number 7.
Okay, sounds good. I'll go ahead and move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 6 and item number 7. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. And then I'll take it to a roll call. Councilmember Aceituno.
Yes.
Councilmember Barcena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
And yes for myself as well. So the consent calendar passes with the exception of item number 6 and item number 7. So Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor for item number 6.
For item number 6, I think I previously mentioned on other vendors coming into the city that I'd like to move this item, but I'd also like to see if there's a way that we can request that, or maybe see if they're willing to offer a part-time position for our residents here in the city. I know that we didn't add that to the RFP, so it's not feasible to force them to do that. But if they're willing to do that, given that we're giving them, is it a 3-year contract with a 2-year extension?
Mayor Pro Tem, it's actually a 5-year contract. I apologize. I think earlier privately we discussed it was a 3-year with 2 1-year extensions. It is a 5-year contract, but I did speak with the Public Works Director earlier this morning, and Liberty is willing to consider hiring somebody either on as a paid internship, or something equivalent. So I think we can report back to council.
Is that me? That's me.
Okay. So basically I spoke with the Public Works Director. She spoke with the potential contractor. And they are willing to consider that. They've obviously got some guidelines in that, but I think we can report back to the council as far as success in whether or not somebody wasn't hired either as a paid intern or as a full-time employee.
Yeah, that would be excellent. I think, Chow, if you're listening, if moving forward, we're able to add that clause on the RFP, if and when they're able to offer jobs, especially if it's a contract of this portion for 5 years. And that would give the community an opportunity to benefit from contracts such as these. With that said, I'd like to go ahead and, do I have to move for this, or does it just fall into the consent item?
We'll need a motion. Madam Mayor, members of the council will need a motion and a second.
I'll motion for that.
Okay, I'll second to approve item number 6. And then I'll take it to a roll call. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Councilmember Aceituno,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Oh,
that is Mayor Pro Tem.
yes.
And then yes, myself as well. So item number 6 is approved. So now moving on to item number 7. Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor.
Before we approve item number 7, Chair, I wanted to see if there was any updates, how many residents have responded to the notifications that we filled out.
Hello, can you hear me? Sorry. Hi. Yes, we received about 30 responses so far. So we have until the 25th to keep accepting more feedback from our residents. We sent out, or we hand delivered notices to 170 residents along Quinn.
What's the consensus so far?
Does that answer your question?
What is the consensus so far?
Chow, how many, what does it look like, the responses that you've received, have you reviewed them to see what people's opinion so far is, as far as whether there should or should not be T markings on Quinn? Chow, we don't have a lip reading translator. I think your speaker's out.
We've received about 20 yeses in support of the T markings out of the 30 so far.
So you received 25 responses. Of the 25, 20 are a yes, 5 are a no, and we gave out
Around
a total. We gave out a total of 160 or 150.
170. We sent out 170 notices for residents along Quinn.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So,
So at this point, Mayor Pro Tem, if there's no more questions by the council, you can go ahead and move to approve the item.
I'll go ahead and move to approve this item.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second the item, and I'll take it to a roll call. Councilmember Barcena,
Yes.
Councilmember Aceituno.
Yes, that's to receive and file, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
and then yes for myself as well. So the item carries. Okay, with that, we're finished with consent calendar. We're moving on to discussion item number 10. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor Cortez. This item seeks ratification of an executive order that would authorize the allowance of temporary outdoor dining citywide without any kind of further discretionary land use entitlements. So as long as the current emergency declaration is in place, this would allow outdoor dining for restaurants to be used in parking lots, sidewalks. This would be subject to traffic and safety concerns. There'd be a no-fee permit process. There'd also be safety standards, social distancing required. All other health standards would still apply. And the reason for this is restaurants are currently limited to 60% capacity indoors, and obviously the restaurants have been suffering through the COVID-19 pandemic, as restaurant attendance has been on the decline. This would allow them to offer more capacity. And the process for which we're doing this is through an executive order that would be signed at the same time as the city council ratifying that executive order. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, or our community development director, Gus Romo, would also be happy as well.
Thank you so much, City Manager. Gus, I wanted to ask if anybody wants to apply to practice this leniency for the restaurants, is there going to be an additional fee for this?
There would be no fee, Mayor Pro Tem. If it's encroaching into the sidewalk, then there'd be an encroachment permit, but it would be a no fee encroachment permit. If they're planning to do it anywhere else, it would just be a site plan in front of the planning division, just for review to make sure it meets all safety standards.
Excellent. And what is the percentage of parking space that a restaurant can use? Per se, if they have 20 spaces, are they allowed to use all 20 spaces, or is there a limited amount of parking spaces that they can use for these purposes?
If it's a single tenant property, then it's 25% maximum of the parking lot, but it cannot obstruct any of the driveways. If it's multi-tenant, like a shopping center with several restaurants and other uses, then it's 10%, and it has to be adjacent to their restaurant.
Just off the top of my head, I'm thinking at the shopping center at the corner of Toys R Us. Toys R Us is the Delicious right in the corner. So the parking lot isn't necessarily adjacent, because I know that there's like a curb drive up. Would that still be something that we can use if there's a curb drive up, or is it not? Does it not qualify for it?
We could still look at it and make something work for them. Ultimately, it's to help them try to get that outdoor space.
Excellent. That is all. Thank you so much.
Any other questions from the council for item number 10? Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead and move to approve the staff's recommendation to ratify the Director of Emergency Services Executive Order number 2020-01, authorizing the allowance of temporary outdoor dining citywide without discretionary land use entitlements subject to identified standards. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. I'll take it to a roll call. Councilmember Aceituno?
Yes.
Councilmember Barcena?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And yes for myself as well. So item number 10 carries. Moving on to item number 11, City Manager.
Thank you again, Mayor Cortez. This item is seeking direction from the council concerning a code amendment to allow LED signs for medical uses. So specifically, staff received a request from the Family Healthcare Centers of Greater Los Angeles Medical Clinic right up the street here on Garfield to allow them to install an LED sign inside their existing sign cabinet. So not taking up any additional space, but this current zoning code does not allow for this. There's a limitation to electronic display signs to two specific zones along Florence Avenue between Emil and the eastern city limits, and then also on Florence between Eastern and Perry, and a couple other places, but it does not include this specific property. So the only real method for this to be approved, we don't have any other process, would be for staff to come to council. We recommend that you give us direction to prepare an ordinance that would allow such a sign for a medical facility, subject to common concerns regarding residential neighborhoods, light, brightness of the light, et cetera. The other options that are available that we've listed on the staff report is for us to come back with with additional information that may talk about more land uses where we'd approve, or to take no further action. But again, staff's recommendation is to give us direction to come back with an ordinance that would allow such a sign. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions, and also our community development director, Gus Romo, is available as well.
Hey there, Gus. I had a question. For this particular sign, are we only going to allow for this clinic, or is this ordinance going to be able to be applied to separate health clinics?
Under the options, we did identify all clinics. However, you do have the option of modifying that recommendation to just include that additional property. So if that were the case, the property boundaries would be expanded within the M1 to include that site.
No, so the specific, if you were to give us direction for the ordinance, it'd be for the corner here on Garfield and Gage. So if the ordinance were to be written in a way that was not specific to this site, it would be written in such a way that would be applicable to medical clinic facilities. And then again, subject to some limitations that we would make recommendation to the council to approve. So could potentially include other clinics.
So maybe we should adopt this one, but only with the address for this one, because I know we have clinics, for instance, on the one on Ajax behind Toys R Us, and that one's very residential. So a signage of this type on that street would be a nuisance to the residents that reside on that street. So could we approve this maybe with that specific address so that other clinics don't, you know, maybe take advantage of this new ordinance?
I would like to concur on that point. If we can go ahead and bring back a resolution that makes it on a case-by-case basis and it comes to council, as opposed to approving everything all at once, just because there is concerns for those clinics or other areas that are in residential areas. This one in particular doesn't seem to, it's not in a main intersection. Well, it is in a main intersection, but not main residential intersection. So we could bring something back that just limits it on a case-by-case basis, and that way we can address each issue when it comes forward.
Just for clarification, Mayor, when you're saying case-by-case basis, are you identifying perhaps like a certain entitlement, like a conditional use permit perhaps? Because when we were looking at a code amendment for this, we were also looking at development standards that would provide additional buffer between residential zones and these type of signs. So it could very well be that a code amendment would prohibit these type of signs, even for a medical clinic, when it's adjacent or within a certain number of feet of residential.
Okay, guys, I agree with your last statement. I think that might be a way to acknowledge, I think, the comments that were made with regards to the residential area. So we could do something where it specifies or it restricts when it's in a residential area.
That sounds good to me. I think we should move forward.
And Mayor, we don't need a motion for this as long as there seems to be unanimous direction by the city council. That would be sufficient for this item.
Okay, sounds good. So is there any questions or concerns by the rest of the council? Or if you have any objections to the direction given? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna go ahead, or hearing none, we're gonna go ahead and move on to item number 12, City Manager.
Thanks again, Mayor Cortez. This specific item was requested through discussion with Mayor Pro Tem at the last council meeting. It's a presentation by the police chief, discusses numerous issues, including use of force, transparency, accountability, and the diversity in hiring within the department. So with that, I will turn it over to the police chief. He's got a presentation. We'll address those issues.
Can you hear me now? Okay. I got a little bit scary. I'm just gonna move here. Can we move this so I can see the presentation, because it's blocking my presentation? All right, sorry about that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on some of these items tonight, and I appreciate the fact that in the last council meeting that several of these questions were asked so that we had a chance to address them and let the community know exactly what we're doing at the police department. Okay. Following the horrific murder of George Floyd, a national discussion began for police reform and a movement to defund police public safety entities. In addition, during the June 8th, 2020 meeting, Mayor Pro Tem Flores requested the current use of force policy be discussed, information on accountability, and the hiring practices of the Bell Gardens Police Department were mentioned. The contents of the presentation will be as follows. The first will be a review of the Bell Gardens' current use of force policy and comparison to the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors motion for responsible policing. Also, the 8 Can't Wait campaign and the newly released use of force guidelines put forth on June 16th by the California Attorney General Becerra. Second, we'll talk about the BGPD use of force audit that I implemented when I shortly after becoming chief of police in 2018. 3, we'll talk about the Bell Gardens Police Department training as it goes for compassion and dealing with individuals of mental health and so forth. It discuss implicit bias and de-escalation. 4th, we'll talk about our use of force statistics. Number 5, we'll talk about the accountability, community, and transparency, what we call ACT, within the Bell Gardens Police Department. Number 6, we'll talk about the diversity and promotions and hiring statistics since I've been chief for the past almost 2 years now. The Bell Gardens Police Department understands and values all human life. Our policies reflect our vision to protect all residents by adhering to our core values of ethical decision-making, personal accountability, and professionalism. All of our policies are evidence-based. They're legally sound policies that are continually updated based on best practices as well as changes in the law. Our current use of force policy was reviewed and reformed in 2019 after the California Police Chiefs Association led law enforcement stakeholders engagement in discussions that ultimately set new legal standards for peace officers, use of deadly force, and that's California Assembly Bill 392. The legislation has set a national precedent for establishing a minimum use of force standard for all departments. There's also a Senate Bill 230 that covers a lot of those same issues. It should be noted that most of the policies outlined in the Board of Supervisors motion, as well as the 8 Can't Wait campaign and AG Becerra's have been addressed and implemented in our current BGPD policy, use of force policy. Our current use of force policy and training addresses several of the 8 reforms discussed in the motion and demonstrates our continued effort of policing with compassion and respect for human life, for the suspect, our community, and our officers. The first topic was requiring officers to intervene to stop another officer from using excessive force. Our Bell Gardens police policy, current policy, and policy that's been in effect for at least 2019 when we revised it, is any officer present and observing another officer using force that is clearly beyond that which is objectively reasonable under the circumstances shall, when in a position to do so, intercede to prevent the use of unreasonable force. An officer who observes another employee use force that exceeds the degree of force permitted by law should promptly report these observations to a supervisor. The second point, restricting or prohibiting the use of chokeholds, strangleholds, and carotid restraints. The Bell Gardens Police Department policy authorizes the use of a carotid control hold for restraining combative subjects only in restricted circumstances involving a violent and combative individual. However, effective immediately, the governor has suspended all training of the use of carotid control holds under California Post. Further, approximately the same date that order came out from the governor, the Bell Gardens Police Department has since notified and directed police department personnel that the use of the carotid control hold has been suspended. Number 3, requiring officers to de-escalate situations when possible before using force. This concept of de-escalation has been a fundamental principle in law enforcement, and our officers are trained to evaluate each situation and attempt to de-escalate when possible. After assessing the situations, officers have options such as taking no action or passively monitoring the situation, and officers are encouraged to use a tactical repositioning and other de-escalation techniques to help assess the matter. De-escalation is covered in our Bell Gardens PD policy 429.5. The use of force continuum or matrix that defines and limits the types of force that can be used to respond to specific kinds of resistance. The use of force continuum is an outdated model that has proven impractical, even dangerous when applied to real life situations. Instead, policy should focus on requiring officers to create space and separation in an attempt to utilize de-escalation techniques, which is captured in the training and policy requirements within Senate Bill 230. This requires officers to exhaust all alternatives before shooting. Number 5, requiring officers to give verbal warning before using deadly force. Our current policy requires an officer to, when feasible, give a verbal warning before using deadly force on a fleeing suspect. Before the use of force, an officer should make reasonable efforts to identify themselves as a peace officer and to warn that deadly force may be used. Number 6, prohibiting officers from shooting at people in moving vehicles unless the person poses a deadly threat by means other than the vehicle. Prohibiting in all circumstances places officers and others at risk. It does not account for when the driver intends to utilize the vehicle to cause death or great bodily harm to others. Per Senate Bill 230, which was recently passed, BGPD policy states that an officer should only discharge a firearm at a moving vehicle or its occupants when the officer reasonably believes there are no other reasonable means available to avert the threat of the vehicle, or if deadly force other than the vehicle is directed at the officers or others. Number 7, requiring officers to exhaust all reasonable alternatives before resorting to the use of deadly force. For the California police chiefs and other police chiefs organizations across the country, this is the most controversial provision in the 8 Can't Wait platform. This requirement was rejected in AB 392 in the debate because of the untenable position it puts officers and departments in by permitting second guessing of split-second decisions. Instead, the focus should be on training alternatives to deadly force, requirements on proportional force, and de-escalation requirements, all of which are contained in the Senate Bill 230 and in our current policy. If this requirement is implemented, an officer's decision concerning the use of force alternative should be judged based upon the totality of the circumstances and at the reasonable officer standard in AB 392. Lastly, number 8, requiring comprehensive reporting that includes both use of force and threats of force. BGPD current policy reads, any use of force by a member of this department shall be immediately reported to a supervisor, shall be documented promptly, completely, and accurately in an appropriate report. Depending on the nature of the incident, the officer should articulate the factors received and why he or she believed the use of force was reasonable and under the circumstances. To collect data for purposes of training, resource allocation, analysis, and related purposes, the department may require the completion of additional reports and as specified in department policy, procedure, and law. So as mentioned, shortly after becoming police, I had our department do a use of force audit. Police officers must be prepared to use force under circumstances which its justification is often morally, legally, and practically up to interpretation. There is a fine line between the force necessary to effect arrest and to use excessive force. In many situations, our officers must make split-second life or death decisions. As when promoted to police chief in July of 2018, I initiated the audit. I wanted it to look at our use of force policy, our reporting practices, evaluation of how we train our officers, and how we track use of force cases. A few months prior to being promoted to chief, I worked with previous police chief to revamp our use of force reports and to implement a tracking and early warning system. This system is used to help us better understand and document our use of force incidents and to provide a tool to assist tracking incidents and identifying individuals who may need additional training or intervention. In or around August of 2018, I asked Captain Huebner to do a deep dive into our use of force incidents and look at how we can improve. Captain Huebner determined that we're doing a pretty good job in this area. However, he did identify 4 areas where we could improve. The first area was training and tactics. Based on his evaluation and audit, we now discuss and retrain our officers in ongoing conversations regarding the principles of using distance, cover, and time when responding to critical incidents. In other words, we train our officers to put themselves in a position of advantage so that in certain circumstances, they may get an extra 1/10 of a second to analyze what's coming at them, whether it's a gun, whether it's a knife, whether it's a cell phone, or so forth. Number 2, we also have increased training in strategies and tactics for de-escalation, which starts with effective communication skills. Number 2, we found that we could better respond to these calls of service and limit use of force by encouraging our dispatchers to improve and make sure that we're asking the right questions and then forwarding the proper information to our officers so they know what's coming by the time they get to the call, hopefully, or what to expect possibly. Based on Captain Huebner's audit and evaluation, we now have all dispatchers receive ongoing on-hands training to support the officers responding to incidents that may involve use of force. All dispatchers receive training in dealing with persons with mental health issues, crisis communication, and de-escalation strategies. Some of the post requirements did not require that we sent our dispatchers to as much training in regards to dealing with mental health and intervention with our mental health population, but we felt it was necessary so they could de-escalate while on the phone possibly, and then also provide valuable information to our officers responding in the field. Number 3, we looked at our supervisor's response, and we now encourage more than ever that supervisors respond immediately to calls where a weapon is reported, whether it's anonymous or whether it's a more directive of an individual with a description, a name, and so forth, where they would obviously respond prior to. Next, supervisors should immediately respond to calls where a person is experiencing a mental health crisis. Dispatchers now will also dispatch supervisors to mental health crisis calls for service. Sometimes our supervisors are out meeting with somebody in the field or they're away from the radio. They are now being dispatched to those type of calls. And lastly, our watch commander should ensure our supervisors are available in the field to respond to these types of calls instead of tied up in the station on different administrative type duties and collateral duties that they may have. We did this knowing that in the numbers that use of force incidents drop significantly when supervisors were on scene. And they also drop significantly when more personnel was on scene. And that's because we're usually able to de-escalate, and an individual usually doesn't want to challenge multiple officers versus one or maybe two. So that was the kind of the strategy to that. Number 4, implement the critical decision making model. It's a 5-step process. It starts with assessing and planning while you're en route based on the information you get from dispatch. Step 2 is to consider our policy. Is our response needs to be based on what our policy says, and also on what power and authorities we have as police officers. We have to identify options on the way there so that when we get there and we come across the scenario, maybe we've already ran through that on the process on the way there, and it gives us a little bit of extra time to react. And then lastly, we take action, and afterwards we review that action. We make sure that all the steps in this process were covered, and we look at how we can respond better next time, both for officer safety purposes and for how can we better serve our community in responding to those calls. The other part that was mentioned was in the last thing was our training. So we've done a lot of we focused a lot of training on compassionate and ethical training over the past 2 years, and even before that. The Bell Gardens Police Department has always been at the forefront of training our personnel with up-to-date training on current trends, community needs, and concerns. As of January of 2018, the police department has provided training to our personnel, both sworn and non-sworn, in the following categories. I'm not going to read through all these. Everybody can kind of see them, but these are de-escalation type training that we've sent our officers to since 2018 when I was promoted to chief, and that's 1,282 hours of training. Some of these where you see train the trainer, that's where we send our personnel to these trainings. They are trained by these trainers. They bring that training back and train our personnel in-house. Implicit bias and cultural awareness. These are training courses that fall under the post guidelines and other areas in the training that cover implicit bias and cultural awareness. So principles of policing and procedural justice, for all command staff. We sent all of our command staff to attend these so that we understood exactly what we needed to push forward to our personnel and have our people go out and learn and bring back to train our officers. Principled policing, train the trainer, ethics training. We also do ethics training, roll call briefings, which include creating ethical cultures in business, the Stanford experiment, leadership principles for law enforcement, personnel, and managers. We did 118 hours in those types of courses. Mental health and homeless. We've done several presentations now on mental health, so I'm not going to go into that. But from 2016 to January of 2018, we sent our personnel to 1,300 hours of training. Since January of 2018, we've sent personnel to an additional 272 hours of training, which allows us to better understand what we're looking at when we go out onto a call where mental illness may be prevalent or where we may be coming into a mental illness crisis. So the question is it working? Let's look at the stats. Use of force statistics from June of 2018, which is a month before I was promoted, through June of 2020, so up through the beginning of this month. Officers from the Bell Gardens Police Department responded to 43,144 calls for service and made 2,562 arrests during this period. Out of the calls of service and arrests made, a total of 59 use of force incidents took place. When we talk about use of force incidents, it can be anything from tackling somebody after a foot pursuit, or having to restrain somebody to sit them on the curb, where we have to use some sort of force or control. The total percentage of use of force incidents recorded while handling the 43,144 calls for service was under 1% at 0.14%. which is an excellent number. And the total percentage of use of force incidents during police contacts resulting in 2,562 arrests was 2.3%, which again is an excellent number and shows that our officers are out there utilizing the techniques that they were trained in. They're compassionate, and they're trying to get these calls handled and these arrests handled with the minimal amount of force needed to effect the arrest. This is just a graph that shows what I just talked about as far as the total calls for service. As you can see, 43,144 calls for service, 59 use of force, 0.14%. On the pie chart, it shows at 0%, obviously. This is use of force stats during arrest, and it's at shows as 2% or 2.30%. Lastly, is it working? Another tool we have to determine whether or not we're handling these calls for service with compassion and utilizing the training that our personnel has been trained in is to look at the number of citizen complaints. In fiscal year 2018-2019, we had 12 complaints. That's where people come in and actually file a actual complaint. So far in 1920, we've had 5 complaints. So those are decreasing as well. Another thing that we take very serious within the police department and is a mission and a vision of our organization that has been pushed for years, but really been pushed even heavier since I became chief, is accountability, community outreach, and transparency, or ACT. Over the past several years, the Bell Gardens Police Department has taken a proactive role in promoting officer accountability, community outreach, and agency transparency. The Bell Gardens Police Department is committed to and has worked diligently to build strong partnerships with our community. These partnerships are earned through mutual trust and are essential to our success as a department. As an agency, we know and understand that we can and should be better. So we continue to seek innovative training, implement new programs, and interact with our community in a purpose-driven way. Looking at accountability, it's achieved through active and courageous leadership, up-to-date and sound policies, employee development, honest performance evaluations, internal audits, investigations of misconduct, and use of force incident reviews. Over the past 2 years, we've implemented the following steps and others, but there's just a list of a few to help hold our people accountable. Without any request from the community or council or directive from anyone, we felt it was important, I felt it was important for transparency and accountability purposes to upgrade our in-car cameras and then to add body-worn cameras for all officers. Understanding that it's very expensive, and we basically decided that we weren't going to use money in other areas and we would focus and go ahead and bring in body-worn cameras. A thorough review of incidents involving force, officers involved in shooting investigations. It's investigated by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and presented to the District Attorney's Office for review. We do internal audits such as the use of force audit that we spoke about earlier. Annual employee performance evaluations of our personnel. Performance Standards Unit investigates all allegations of misconduct. And then use of force and performance tracking software to understand what type of force we're using, when we're using that force, and if the force was justified. It also provides us an early warning system for officers that may be abusing use of force, or officers that may need training in a certain area, such as de-escalation, or communication skills, or tactics. Or it might show us who might be a problem officer down the road and might need special attention and intervention. When we look at community outreach, our value in the community is and should be much more than just police work. We will continue to look for opportunities to develop and implement purpose-driven outreach programs, such as some of those listed below. I've been in this community for 28 years. I spent 28 years of my career here reaching out to the community and developing different programs. And so have our officers here in volunteering their own time and to work towards bettering the relationship with our community, to make assist school districts with issues and concerns at their districts or at their schools, as well as improving or assisting our youth in fearing the police. So some of those things that we've done for community outreach is social media team. And another thing I want to mention here is that none of this stuff is funded. It's all stuff that is done through our current budget, and or there isn't specific funding for any of these, I should say. We use our current budget to do that, and we also use officers' pay for some of these programs, and as well as they volunteer their time. So social media team, we've increased our presence on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We've increased the number of Coffee with a Cop, Recess with a Cop, which is where our officers will go out at different schools and we'll spend recess with the kids playing tag, swinging on the swings, handball, just sitting and talking with them back when we were allowed, hugging them, shaking their hands, and so forth. Shoe Angels, which was a program that we did this year as well, where officers volunteered to attend and officers volunteered to purchase shoes for residents and less fortunate children within our school district. Special Olympics Torch Run, National Night Out, Holiday Adopt a Family, which we've done for over 27 years here at Bell Gardens, where we deliver more than holiday cheer to numerous families within our community. Pink Patch Project, where we recognize and we raise money for breast cancer. No Shave November, where we raise money for and awareness for men's health. The drive-by birthday celebrations that we participated in, nearly 40 to 50 of those this year, had to turn down numerous ones because we just didn't have the resources to continue to go out. But over 50 of those, or up to about 50 of those celebrations. Under no directive of anybody, it was just something that our officers and our department found important to do during the times that we were facing during COVID. Our Explorer program, which first of all, I'd like to say I didn't know that those explorers were all going to write those emails, but the one thing I took from them is they were heartfelt and very intelligent and well written. This is a program that has been near and dear to my heart for the time I've been here. It's one of the best Explorer programs in the state. It's been recognized as one of the best. Our advisors have been recognized as advisors of the year. Our kids have grown up to be incredible contributors to society, not only in law enforcement, but in other careers, in the military and so forth. And I'd like to say that the city, there's no money budgeted to that program. That program is solely funded on donations from cops that is taken out of their checks every week or every 2 weeks that funds that program. School science fair, read along, so forth, where we go out to the schools, the neighborhood watch program, our faith-based community meetings, and our candlelight vigils. Those are some things, to name a few, of what our officers and our departments out there doing in the community. I could go on a lot longer on that because I'm very passionate about it, but consideration of time, which you're probably wondering, where was that 15 minutes ago? With the consideration of time, we'll move on. Okay, go ahead. Next, we'll move on to transparency. The Bell Gardens Police Department has been very proactive in implementing programs and processes to improve transparency. We're in full compliance with public records requests and requests for officer personnel records for SB or Senate Bill 1421, as well as all other recently mandated reporting requirements. I will say that this has been an extremely it requires a lot of internal time to gather these records, both within our department, within the city clerk's office, as well as our city attorneys. Again, we'll mention the in-car cameras and the body cameras when we talk about transparency. The active use of social media platforms again, and then regularly maintain informative webpage with contact information. Also, you can find all the policies that I spoke about on our city webpage or police department webpage. Our full policy is on the webpage. We're in compliance, like I said, with the public records request, compliance with Senate Bill 1421, our peace officer records, compliance with AB 748, release of recordings from body-worn cameras, and lastly, timely communication to the public on critical incidents through press conferences and press releases. What does BGPD look like? The following information is in response to the Monday, June 8th, 2020 City Council meeting where Mayor Pro Tem Flores directed the city manager to include diversity in our next hire in the police department and to look into practicing diversity in our community. Since becoming chief in July of 2018, I've been committed to promoting and hiring the most qualified individuals regardless of race, gender, or age. During my time as chief, we had made, this is now 17 internal supervisory appointments. We've hired 5 dispatchers, 9 jailers, and 11 police officers / trainees. Not all of those police officers were employed due to not passing training or other issues. Additionally, we currently have 19 employees who work for our police department who grew up in the city of Bell Gardens and is a true reflection of our community. Our promotions, July 1st, 2018 through June 20th, 2020. Totaling all promotions, 17. Of those, 6 were male Caucasians, 10 were male Hispanic, and 1 was a female Hispanic. Promotions by rank, captain, 1 total, 1 male Caucasian. Lieutenant, 4 total, 1 male Caucasian, 3 male Hispanics. Sergeant, 6 total, 3 male Caucasians, 3 male Hispanics. Communication supervisor, 1 total, 1 female Hispanic. Senior officer, 5 total, 1 male Caucasian, and 4 Hispanics. This is the breakdown for those promotions. So male Caucasian 6, female Caucasian 0, male Hispanics 10, female Hispanics 1, male African American 0, and of those promotions, 10 were bilingual. Employees hired since January 1st of 2018 through June 20th of 2020. We've hired 5 dispatchers through, and all 5 have been female Hispanics. We've hired 8 jailers, 4 male Hispanics and 4 female Hispanics. And we have hired 11 officer or officer trainees. 8 have been male Hispanics, 1 female Hispanic, 1 female Caucasian, and 1 male African American. It should be noted in the hiring of all these positions, we have put numerous people into backgrounds and attempted to hire them from all different races and genders and so forth. However, they may not have passed either the background or they may have decided to take jobs with other agencies. The new employee breakdown, male Caucasian 0, female Caucasian 1, male Hispanic 12, female Hispanic 10, male African American 1, and I can't see bilingual on mine. 19 of those are bilingual. So here's a historical look at the police department budget. During the June 8th, 2020 council meeting, there was discussion regarding defunding the police department's budget. With the exception of increases in employee retirement costs, which is the PD has no control over, the police department's operation per our finance director or finance manager has been basically either decreased or has remained status quo since at least fiscal year 2017-18. That's even after the implementation of the items you see below. The body cameras, the upgraded in-car cameras, additional mandated training by the state and federal government. The fact that we have no Montebello Unified School PD to respond to, so we're handling all the calls at the schools. Homeless and mental health outreach teams. New legislation requirements. Increased cost for service and supplies.
I'm sorry.
All of our service and supplies.
If you don't mind me, I would like to
up,
ask
and our
a
budget has
question
pretty much remained status
about
quo.
this. I have a question about this particular slide. What was the actual percentage of budget of 2017, 2018?
I need you to repeat that. I couldn't hear you at the beginning.
What was the actual budget of 2017, 2018 that shows an increase of 11.4%?
So it was 11.4 from the previous year of 14 million to 15.6 million, and the increase was 1,596,731 $1,596,731. 11.4% increase.
You don't have the actual total for that year? Total percentage?
No, I don't know what our percentage was. I didn't do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Marcin, if we, I'll look this up on my laptop while we're talking to get an idea here while the presentation's wrapping up.
So we'll carry on there. So in 2016, 2017, the general fund budget was 14 million, just a little over $14 million. It was increased by $277,000 from the year previous. In we just discussed 2017-18, 2018-2019, the budget increased to $16,464,000. The increase was $825,000 for a 5.3% increase. In 2019-2020, the budget decreased by $275,831 for 1.7% decrease. And then in 2021, the proposed budget that was put out there was $15,544,000, a decrease of $634,000, or down 4%. Here's a historical look at the police department staffing. Should be noted that the Bell Gardens Police Department staffing levels have significantly decreased over the years as the city's population and demands placed on the police department has significantly increased. In fiscal year 2005-2006, the Bell Gardens Police Department had 80 full-time employees. 56 of those were sworn police officers. For the 2021-2022 proposed police budget, the number of full-time employees is 74, 48 of those being police officers. As some of the information that came in today and that has come in and that was presented out there is not really addressing apples to apples. It's apples to oranges. We have a few neighboring cities that weren't included in the study that are either at what we're at or a little bit above what we're at. With that said, I think we need to take a closer look at those numbers, and I think we need to take a closer look at those numbers. And we should compare apples to apples, not our police department versus police departments, our cities who have the sheriff's department that doesn't include parking enforcement, a jail, different community programs, Explorer programs, and so forth that our police department and our community benefit from, as well as our other neighboring cities such as Southgate and Huntington Park should also be looked at as well. In conclusion, the Bell Gardens Police Department will continue to keep Bell Gardens a safe community to live, work, and play. At the same time, the department will strive to implement innovative and compassionate use of force training programs, strategies, and policies. We will continue to invite public collaboration and community dialogue in order to provide quality, compassionate service and transparency to our community. Our department is very proud of the fact that crime has decreased over the years here, and it's contributed to a lot of different factors, including the work that the men and women of the Bell Gardens Police Department have put into this community, both enforcing laws and outreach. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions that anybody has at this time.
Councilmember Barcena, just to answer your question, I looked for fiscal year 2017-18, the police department budget was 49% of the general fund, 29% of all the city's budget. Just as information.
Thank you.
At this point, is there any additional questions or comments from the council with regards to this presentation?
First of all, thank you so much, Chief, for putting this very thorough presentation together. On our last council meeting, I decided that this is something we really had to look at given the political climate that we're facing. For the 18 weight of the 8, can you just be specific how many of them we already have in actual practice right now?
Close the document here, but I can tell you the one that is the matrix, the use of force matrix. When we were in discussions and developing some of the other.
If the chief can please turn on his microphone, we can't hear him, city manager.
How about now? Yeah, okay. So none of that was heard, so I'll go back. Of the 8 of them, I believe there are 3 that we're not in 100%. We don't see eye to eye with about 3 of them. We agree with some of it, but not all of it. The first one, and also for number 2, for restricting or prohibiting the use of chokeholds and strangleholds, we've never permitted that, and it's nowhere in our policies. The only hold that we have anywhere near the neck would have been the carotid, and we suspended that, so we're in compliance with that. So we're in compliance with 1, and we're in compliance with 2. We're in compliance with 3, the de-escalation. The use of force continuum, like I mentioned, it's outdated. It puts individuals and officers at risk, and when meeting with our legislators during the past year or so, when some of these other legislation bills were passed, it was written in SB 230, and we are compliant with SB 230, which was the most recent federal policy that was put out. We do not use the continuum. We use other methods to give us time and options. Number 5, requiring officers to give verbal warning. That's in our policy. So far it's 1 of the 5 previous I've read. Number 6, prohibiting officers from shooting at people in a moving vehicle. We do not prohibit them to shoot at. We're not in complete compliance with that. We're following the California Police Chief guidelines and recommendations, which is what I mentioned, and we're also in compliance with Senate Bill 230. Number 7, requiring officers to exhaust all other reasonable alternatives. We're in compliance with that, and also it's covered under Senate Bill 230 and Assembly Bill 392. Number 8, we're in compliance with. So the use of the continuum or the matrix, we are not, and then the shooting at moving vehicles, we're not. It's heavily restricted, but it is not in complete compliance with what the 8 can't wait.
So like we had a conversation, earlier, you and I, and I'm very conflicted for the shooting at a moving vehicle because I'm not a police officer, right? I don't know what it's like to be in that position and have to think, what if, for instance, I'm the victim, right? And someone kidnaps my son. And the only way to stop that person is to shoot at that vehicle. I don't know if that would be within the scope of reasoning as to why that would be. But my thought process takes me to that and makes me feel like I'm not in a position to make that decision on your guys' behalf. The rest, I'm glad that we do go by as the 8 can wait. But I don't know, I want to have this dialogue with you here before we do anything that would be drastic. I also know, just in case for anybody listening, I did implement a police oversight committee, so this is a conversation that can take place in that committee, with both parties being, can you hear me? No, in here. No, huh? Yeah, okay. So I just want to make sure that we're in compliance with people and what the community wants, but I also want to be, I don't want to restrict an officer from making the right decision, at that time. So let's open it.
All right, sorry, I'll learn sooner or later. I want to thank you for looking at it in that manner, because it's very true that there are some situations where it's life or death and the decision has to be made in less than a tenth of a second, whether you're going to use deadly force or not. No officer wants to use deadly force. With that, I know of a situation where we had a situation where one of our officers was being directly driven at by a armed robbery suspect who had already led us on a long pursuit, already crashed into numerous cars, and went to a dead end. And while the officers saw the car coming at them, did the right thing so they didn't have to shoot it, got out of their vehicle, and then the subject or the suspect drove up onto the sidewalk towards one of the officers. The other officer on scene that was not in danger of being ran over decided to fire at that vehicle, stopping that vehicle from driving straight, right, and giving the opportunity of that officer to get out of the way. I am going to be very hesitant I don't want to tell you, yeah, let's put that policy in and be the reason why one of my officers gets injured or killed. And or fired. We want to do what's right by the community, but we also have to do what's right by our officers and provide them with the necessary tools and options to go home at night. And so I truly appreciate your ability to take a step back and look at it from maybe what we look at it as officers. So thank you very much for that. And I'm more than willing to have conversations with anybody who'd like to sit down and talk. I think open dialogue is the best solution to all of this, is to sit down and talk through these problems and come up with an understanding of each other's position without yelling and screaming and without rushing to any judgment. So I appreciate that opportunity to sit down with you.
So would you be willing to bring this topic to the police oversight committee that is being put together right now, and then come back with either it stays or it goes? So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can tell that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So would you be willing to, hold off on this one? We won't take any votes today or anything, but have this conversation with the police oversight committee, and then have that committee, you can be a part of it and have a consensus conversation where you guys can come back to us and we can take action, whether we keep it or we let it go. Would that be something that would be feasible for you and for the rest of the council?
As far as I'd be willing to sit down with anybody. I'm not willing to go sit down with a stacked panel and just get yelled and screamed at because it doesn't get us anywhere. But If there's going to be open dialogue and discussion, I'm more than willing to sit down and have that discussion.
Does anybody in the council want to chime in on this and see if they have any options?
So first, thank you, Chief, for this comprehensive report that you provided. I think it sheds a lot of light into our police department, and I have to say that I'm very proud of our police department, and I'm proud of the work that's being done in our community. Is there always room for improvement? Always, in anything that we do in any department of our city. But I appreciate the fact that you're willing to continue with this open dialogue and communication with us. I know we've been working through our budgets, and it may not be right now what some of the community expects, but I do know that there's also a silent majority that's not speaking up, because typically our residents also only speak up when they have something negative to say and not so much to praise. Even with us, I am very happy to see that most of these policies of the 8 are already in place with our police department. But I think this is an ongoing conversation and not something that can be decided from one day to another, as we are not to endanger our officers nor, men and women who have to go home to their families. And we also have to be cognizant of that, because at the end of the day, they are also human and they also have to return to a home. And I think, it's an ongoing conversation, Mayor Pro Tem. We continue to see this, and I think it's also going to be developing at a state level with different assembly bills and Congress bills. So we also see how the conversation develops. I would like to suggest also maybe perhaps just a conversation with our chiefs, such as I know other cities have not so much a committee, but just a forum with our chief of police where they're able to have this dialogue. And you encompass different members of our community, such as our churches and representatives from different sectors, just to be able to have an earnest conversation moving forward. I don't think that's such a bad idea. However, I think it's something that's not going to be resolved in a month or two. It's an ongoing conversation.
Mayor Cortez and Mayor Pro Tem Flores, I just want to clarify, there is not currently a police oversight committee in the city, unless there was one created prior to me getting here. So I think
No, I gave direction for it on the last council meeting to create an oversight committee. And then we had a couple of residents send in emails that they wanted to be partake. So I think the formation of the actual committee is still in process, but the direction was given to start a police oversight committee. And I think maybe Jane will have to, look at the details for that, but that occurred at the previous council meeting.
Mike, it seems as if that's more of taking action rather than a suggestion or direction given. So I suggest that this item or that particular portion be brought back to council with the specifics, so that council can make an educated vote whether they want or not an oversight committee. Because I think, yeah, as you mentioned, there's not one in place.
That's definitely something staff can do. We bring back an item that describes what a police oversight committee does, where they're in use, what are their general charter for activities. We can bring that to council. Obviously, that's not a problem.
Okay, and then for I just wanted to move to address the diversity. When I spoke of diversity at the previous council meeting, I mentioned generally, not just for the police department. I don't know if it was misinterpreted, but what I mean by that is, for instance, Gus, how many African American employees do you have in your department?
Mayor Pro Tem, are you referring to community development?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say how many African Americans?
Yes.
None.
Okay. Chow, how many African Americans do you have in your department? Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I suggest maybe check with our admin services director, and then we'll go back to Public Works.
So that's what I mean by that. Just from coming into City Hall and looking into every single department, I know that since Alejandra and myself got elected, one of the first things that we were looking for is to see a diversity amongst the male population, right? It was mostly male dominated. Ever since Mike was hired, he brought in Roseanne, who was a Latina, Spanish speaking, and then Chow is the only other female director aside from that. So what I mean when we look at diversity, I mean as a totality of the entire body, not just, you know, oh, I'm sorry, and Jane. And so that's what I mean as looking at the whole entire body, right? Women, and looking at all colors, making sure that we are being diverse at that shape and form. That's what I meant by that shape.
I believe you forgot to mention our finance director, Will.
I think as far as asking if, asking the same question that you asked previously.
Would you like to answer that question, Will?
Sure, we do not have any African American in this department.
That's what I was referring to, guys. So when in the foreseen future we hire, because I know right now we are not in a position to be hiring in any department. That's what I meant by that. Make sure that we look into that. Do we have to, it's just to receive and file, right?
Correct. Yes, this is a receive and file item.
Okay.
I'll move to receive and file this. Can I have a second?
I'll second that.
And then I'll take it to a roll call. Councilmember Aceituno.
Yes.
Councilmember Barcena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
And then yes for myself as well. So there's a receive and file. City Manager, moving on to the next item.
Thank you, Mayor Cortez. This next item is a discussion of user and regulatory fee study. Just want to make it clear, this item's not seeking approval to adopt any kind of fee changes at this point in time. But what it does is describe the results and recommendations of a fee study that has just been performed. Just as a reminder, the fee study, most government agencies, best practice about 3 to 5 year range where you look at your fees. Not necessarily even to change the fees, but at least understand where you have cost recovery, where you don't, where there's a city subsidy for certain services, determine whether or not those make sense for any particular city. And so with that, I will turn this over to our consultant from ClearSource to discuss the results of the fee study for the city of Bell Gardens. And ultimately, we would anticipate bringing this back to council to consider making such adjustments.
Very good. Well, thank you for having me. Can everybody hear me okay? Perfect. Well, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Terry Madsen. I'm here from ClearSource Financial Consulting. I'm going to share my screen with you now, which is a PowerPoint presentation. You should have a copy of it as well. So now you should be seeing my presentation, I hope. Very good. So I'm here from ClearSource Financial Consulting. Our firm helps communities throughout the state identify and recover the cost of providing services. We are in the final stages of what is called a user and regulatory fee study or a cost of service study. I'm here to discuss those findings with the council and hope that the information we developed as part of the study helps you figure out a best path for moving forward. So as a reminder, this is not a study of taxes or utility rates or assessments or impact fees. This is a study of what are commonly called user and regulatory fees. And where you can really sort of see the differentiating factor here is these are fees for services that are provided. So they're primarily labor-driven activities. You're trying to recover the costs of either in-house labor or contract service providers, and you're responding to some entity or person's requirement for service or specific request for service or exclusive participation or use of facilities. Generally, we call these planning fees, public works fees, building fees like construction permits and field inspection and plan check, recreation fees for exclusive use of city facilities or participation in city programs, police fees, but not general patrol services or detective services. More, again, this sort of specific service is required for some reason, like driving, having your vehicle impounded because you've driven with a suspended license, having police respond to multiple false alarms, things like that. The reason communities perform studies like this, and these are common throughout the state, as the city manager mentioned, they're typically performed every several years. And you do them for three primary reasons. Number one is because California Constitution and state law sort of direct that in order to be called fees and not taxes, you can't be profiting from these services. So we want to make sure that the fees you're collecting do not exceed the city's cost for providing the services. A big picture topic for the city council to consider is this idea that you are always dealing with limited resources. So as a council, you primarily govern that general fund, which is made of tax dollars primarily, so property tax and sales tax dollars. That general fund is a limited resource, and you're trying to figure out how to make the best use of that resource. So communities really frequently try to say, let's use as much of the general fund as possible for programs that provide general community-wide benefit. And when we're giving some specific service or providing a specific benefit, we try and find a specific resource to pay for that cost of service. In this case, fees. Finally, when you do have fee-paying population, so somebody that comes in and says, hey, I need a building permit, or I need you to decide whether I can develop this type of lot or participate in this program, there's really a service level expectation. I want, if I pay something, I want to receive service. Collecting fees to recover your cost of service helps the city meet that service level expectation. It helps you with fiscal sustainability on a long-term basis. Again, because these are fees and not taxes, these can be adopted directly by the city council, but you need to conduct a public hearing before doing that. And we want to make sure that in order to stay fees, there's two primary drivers. Number one is that you shouldn't charge more than it costs the city to provide the services. And number two is when we establish costs, there should be some proportionality. So something that's intensive and takes a lot of labor to perform should have a higher cost assigned to it than something that uses minimal labor resources to perform. There should be a correlation when assigning costs. You can still make choices as a council about what to charge in fees, but when we determine the costs, we want to determine them with a sense of proportion. Throughout our study, throughout this presentation and your agenda report, we really come back to two primary concepts. And so I want to discuss those briefly. The first concept is this idea of cost of service. And the second concept is cost recovery. So I'll walk through those quickly with you, and I hope it helps sort of inform the remainder of findings for Bell Gardens. First, cost of service. So our primary task is to identify what does it cost Bell Gardens to perform specific services, either in the aggregate, like I spend $1 million on building services, or in the specific, it costs me $500 to perform this very specific building service. Either one of those scenarios can be identified as cost of service. But what we're really trying to do, the way we can see it is these are labor-driven services primarily, whether it's in-house Bell Gardens labor or consultant labor. So we want to identify an hourly rate for providing services and then a typical time required to provide a specific service. So if we say our hourly rate is $150 an hour, and that includes labor, benefits, uniforms, administrative support, allowances for leave and sick and things like that. Let's say our cost is $150 an hour, and we have an activity that takes us an hour to perform. That's $150 cost of service. We have a second activity that typically takes us 10 hours to perform. That's a $1,500 cost of service. So our cost of service is what it actually costs Bell Gardens to typically perform various services. Once we know that, the cost of service represents our legal ceiling. It's our maximum fee. So our maximum fee is the cost of service. What's important to note is that if you choose to collect less than the maximum fee, your cost is still there. So in our example of the $1,500 service, the $150 an hour, and it takes us 10 hours. The cost of service was $1,500. But if we only choose to ask the fee payer for $750, we would say it still costs the city $1,500 to provide that service. It's just that we recovered 750 of it from a fee payer, and the other 750 was subsidized or paid for by the citizens of Bell Gardens via general tax dollars. So that is really the big policy question that a council has in front of it is, for certain programs, do I believe there's a community-wide benefit and there's an interest in paying and having all taxpayers of Bell Gardens fund portions of those costs? And for others, do I think there is a direct benefit and the fee payer should cover those costs? So just very quickly, I'll go through how communities throughout the state typically think about cost recovery. They're doing exactly what you do, which is periodically they identify what is our full cost of service. Let us know how much it costs us to perform services, and then we'll use that information to help us make decisions about how much of that we want to recover from fees. Once we go through that exercise, there really is a lot of times policy that helps you decide how much you want to recover from fees, and you can think about things programmatically. So in your world, in the fee world, you have your two primary sources of fee revenue are development fee related and then rec related. You could have no cost recovery because you think, I just want to fund this from general tax dollars, either by desire as a community goal or because I don't think anyone would pay for the service. But where rec usually falls is in this low spectrum. So I charge something, but not a ton. And the idea behind that is that we do think the public of Bell Gardens benefits from giving youth and seniors and all other residents and citizens of Bell Gardens access to parks and rec programs, things like that. Or we're worried that if we charge too much, no one will participate. Maybe you have rental facilities and you're competing for users, something like that. You can have moderate where you have less than, more than 50% cost recovery, but less than full cost recovery. The development world in California typically is moving towards this concept of full cost recovery. You might have some specific exceptions like appeal fees or something like that, but most of the time, because this activity is regulatory in nature, and because we believe that you can identify a very clear and specific recipient of benefit, the push is towards full cost recovery. The development community has typically accepted that because of that concept of service level expectation. So what they're really looking for is, turnaround time and attention and things like that. And they know there's a cost to that. And they know they are competing with that general community-wide benefit. What they don't want is non-development related costs layered into their fees. We make sure that doesn't happen. So that's where we're guessing the council would like to go, and that's where our recommendations are, but it will always be up to the council to make that decision. So now I'm going to talk about specific findings for Bell Gardens. And this is your development world. What we find here is that, again, we have these broad categories of service: planning, building, public works. We also think about like technology, earmarking funds for future enhancements for the development community, permit tracking, land management systems, and things that you're going to incur as a city, but you may not budget for them annually, but periodically you're going to receive some big expenditures like general plan update, zoning code updates, housing element updates, those kind of things. What we find here is that your annual cost of service today in Bell Gardens is in the neighborhood of $1 million. That's that far left-hand column. The fee revenues that actually come in the door are about $300,000. That means that $700,000 of general fund property taxes, sales taxes, some form of typically tax revenue is being used to pay for the 700,000 in costs that isn't recovered from fee payers. That results in about a 30% cost recovery rate. A draft document that we prepare for the city council to consider at a public hearing says, let's try and reduce some of that subsidy, but think about, some long-term planning and some need for reason and consideration of other communities and things like that. And what we found is that we think that Bell Gardens could modify fees from the 300,000 that comes in the door today to about 575,000, assuming a post-COVID-19 world that looked like a pre-COVID-19 world. So COVID-19 really throws a lot off in terms of what you can expect from people's ability to even develop or to gather and all these kind of things to work. But assuming typical patterns in Bell Gardens, we think there's about 275,000 in new revenue here. What's critical to note is that revenue isn't to fund new services. It's not for new hires. It's really to offset costs that the city's already incurring. So it's to offset existing costs that are supporting specific applicants but are being paid for by the general funds of the city. So that would take our cost recovery to 57%. As I mentioned, we really push towards full cost recovery for a lot of these areas, but sometimes it's impractical to get there on like the technology fee, the general plan update fees. You would just have to charge so much as a percent of the permit that you'd be an outlier in the region. So we try to remain sensitive to what we're seeing in California, what we're seeing in other communities, and what makes reasonable sense to a fee payer. So bottom line is we do think there's room for enhanced cost recovery. We do think that you can eliminate some of that general fund subsidy for things that are providing a specific benefit to an individual or an entity. We do little tests of our work to sort of analyze, hey, is what we're seeing in Bell Gardens line up with what we see in other communities or what we would expect? And I'm at the latter stages of the presentation here, so I'll try not to be long-winded. I'm wrapping up here. But we go sort of area by area. And so the first area we think about is planning. We see a lot of under recovery in the planning sector here. And that's not uncommon in the state of California. Planning sometimes has a lower recovery than a building. But here in planning, we have some recommendations for some increased cost recovery. But when we go there, we say, is what we're seeing lining up with ration and reason? And remember, we said the driver of cost a lot of times is that hourly rate. Our calculated hourly rate for planning staff in aggregate was 146 bucks an hour. That is at the lower end of the spectrum of most California communities that we work with. So we like that number. It lines up with your salary and benefits package. So we didn't, I just get concerned if the number is too high. Did we do some math wrong or something like that? But your number is actually at the lower end, but it lined up with what we were seeing in your records. Your building fees, you have fairly good cost recovery on the building side of the shop. You have 78% cost recovery. The way you set building fees is they're an exact match to LA County's building fee schedule. We do think that most California communities are really targeting full cost recovery on that building side. And you can get closer to that by applying a multiplier. So you could take your LA County schedule and apply a multiplier to that schedule. LA County schedule does a good job of establishing proportionality where lower magnitude projects pay a lower dollar than higher magnitude projects. So that would continue in Bell Gardens, but applying that multiplier would allow staff to increase cost recovery without like this administrative burden of really developing, recreating the wheel. It's just apply a factor and allows applicants to easily understand how their fees are calculated and staff to process that. What's important to note on the building permit side, this is really your high volume of permit, and this can be an area of sensitivity where you think, hey, I want to be careful what I charge people. We always do think about that. I do note that in Bell Gardens, the majority of your properties seem to be landlord owned. So let's say I'm a landlord and I want to install a new patio or something like that. And that patio needs to be inspected to ensure that it's installed safely and things like that. If that costs $250 to the city to conduct that inspection, but the city only charges $100 for that inspection, that means the other residents and citizens of Bell Gardens are covering the cost of that landlord installed patio installation in this example. So, like I said, we're at about 78% cost recovery, but we think that can be enhanced. Public Works is similar. This is not your pothole repair. This is not your utility services. This is really these fee-driven things like people wanting to encroach in the city's right-of-way, grading plans, improvement plans, things like that. Most of this work is conducted by a contractor. We're just trying to make sure you recover all of those contractor costs so that the city doesn't lose on an applicant-driven project. And we allow for an administrative component to be added to that contractor invoice so that you can recover the cost of in-house support to a contractor. We also establish fixed fees for minor projects. So like a mom and pop type applicant could understand what they're going to pay in a fixed number instead of wondering, is this going to drag on or am I going to get hit with something astronomical, something like that. Finally, recreation and facility rentals. This one is particularly challenging because your environment looks night and day different than what it looked like 2 months ago. And so we're establishing a schedule for programs that actually don't exist today, right? We can't gather to play sports. We can't use facilities for quinceañeras, those kind of things. We built this schedule assuming that one day we will be doing all those things again. So we don't think a lot of this will apply tomorrow or anything like that, but it's ready for when you can accommodate your residents and citizens again. The big things here, we're really trying to clarify the schedule for easier administration and understand the fee schedule and how fees apply for Bell Gardens residents and resident nonprofit groups that we try and focus on versus non-residents, non-resident nonprofit groups, Bell Gardens commercial users and non-Bell Gardens commercial users. And then also really clarifying what is available to a user. What can you have access to a scoreboard? Do we have microphones? Do we do field setup? Sort of clarifying all of the various amenities and services you have access to and trying to get a clear and concise fee schedule. That was the goal here. Again, proposed fees are intended to remain competitive with the region and responsive to the market demand for service. So there wasn't a huge goal of enhanced cost recovery. That wasn't the primary driver. It was more, let's get some clear, distinct categories and let's make it clear what is available to users and hope that facilitates participation in rentals. There are 3 new fees proposed that they just don't exist in your schedule today, but we think they're logical and appropriate, and that a lot of communities are starting to charge for these things. One is that concept of the technology upgrade fee. So over and over, your development community is looking for systems that they exceed in sort of this day-to-day computer. They want permit tracking, the ability to potentially online permit someday. You might want to accept digital plans, these kind of things, land management systems. So that technology is above and beyond your day-to-day technology. We propose adopting a fee that will help you sort of set aside money. This is money that is not intended to be used for like a building inspector. It is specific to either hardware, software, or specific contractors or licenses associated with technology. Something earmarked for future general plan updates or zoning code updates or housing element updates, again, to help offset consultant costs. You won't get all of the costs of the general plan update via this fee, but it will at least help. And the idea is that those applicants really are benefiting from an up-to-date general plan. The law allows you to collect for that. It moves them through the process quicker when you have good zoning documents, clear and concise housing element, those kind of things. And then finally, credit card transaction fee. This would only apply if somebody wants to use a credit card. You could always not use one. But a lot of times if developers paying big dollars via credit card, and the vendor, the credit card processor, takes 3% off the top, you intended for full cost recovery, but you may be sending thousands of dollars to a credit card processor. So really trying to help say, really, when we target full cost recovery for a specific fee, we want that. And if there's something being passed through to the vendor, we just want to pass that through to the applicant as well. Again, these 3 new fees are not outliers in the state or in the region. They're in line with what we're seeing in Southern California and throughout the state. So recommendations for council, we mentioned this is not the actual public hearing, but we are looking to see if council wants to direct a public hearing to consider fees. One final thought is the idea that, periodically you're going to do studies of this magnitude, but in the interim years, we really recommend that you don't let this stuff go static. This should be a dynamic action. The same way you think about sales tax every year and property tax every year, we think you should think about fees, at least in the idea of these minor incremental changes that can help eliminate the pain associated with only changes every decade or so. So what we recommend to our clients, and what most of our clients are doing, is this idea of you do a study every 3 to 5 years, like the city manager mentioned, but in the interim years, that your costs typically just sort of inflate over time the same way general cost inflation happens. So you track fees and you say, if CPI goes up in the region, our fees will go up to align to that. And it just helps you avoid spikes later on down the road. It helps you avoid peaks and valleys, and it helps you as a council budget and plan, and finance staff budget and plan. It also encourages equity from your different fee paying populations, because you say, I didn't leave fees unchanged for 10 years and then 10 years later charge somebody full cost recovery. It's sort of over time, I'm trying to have everybody just pay their fair share of what we believe it should be paid as a council policy. So again, this evening, we're asking whether council would like to schedule a public hearing to formally consider these updates. If you said yes to that, we would look for a date for that. What you'd be receiving as a council would be a resolution with a proposed fee schedule for consideration. And that resolution would address this concept of future inflationary adjustments for specific fees in between full studies like you just undertook. This concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. I'm available to receive any questions or feedback you have. Good evening.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I would like to open it up for council comments, questions, concerns. Okay, hearing none, if council agrees to go ahead with the proposed and recommended action, which is to recommend a public hearing for this item, I would like to go ahead and move for that.
Actually,
Councilman Barcena, you had a question?
yes. Okay, you can go ahead and do that motion. What if I have a different motion? Will I present that after the motion fails?
You could go ahead and propose it at right now, and that way we have the different motions on the floor, and the rest of the council can decide which one they want to go for.
I will motion to receive and file and schedule the hearing for another time. Maybe at the next meeting, revisit the topic of scheduling a hearing.
Okay, so you would like to receive and file and momentarily table the public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and actually support your motion. So I'll remove my motion from the floor and I'll second Councilmember Barcena's motion. Does anybody else have a different motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll take it to a roll call. Councilmember Aceituno.
Yes.
Councilmember Barcena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
And yes for myself as well. So the motion carries to receive and file and table the proposed hearing for a different time, and Mike will be giving you direction at another council meeting. Thank you so much. City Manager, moving on to, I believe, the last item on our agenda.
Yes, Mayor Cortez, thank you. The next item is the proposed adoption of the fiscal year 2021 operating and capital improvement budgets, compensation plan and establishing the appropriations limit. So this item was discussed to some level of degree at the last council meeting. And just as a reminder, a budget is an annual process. It's a spending plan. It's adjusted throughout the fiscal year. Every year presents individual challenges that didn't exist the year before and may not exist the year after. And this year, as we prepared this budget, the real challenge was the financial landscape that we sit in due to the COVID pandemic. So the challenge we've really been dealing with the last 2 to 3 months in putting this budget together really revolved around a shortfall of about $6 million projected for next fiscal year, just based on the economic condition that currently exists, specifically with the City of Bell Gardens, with the bicycle hotel and casino being about 45% of our revenues. We had a large hit there. And so we spent a lot of effort in reducing the budget, coming up with other means of filling that $6 million hole. And we've got that down to about a $2.8 million hole. And we're going into labor negotiations to work on some of that as well. Over the last probably 2 weeks or so, obviously there's been there's been incidents that have occurred at the at the national level that have impacted internationally, regionally, locally, that have really changed the landscape even further as far as putting a budget together. So it's not just the COVID environment, which does still exist, but there's also these questions that you've heard tonight regarding allocation of resources, specifically related to the police department, because it's 50% of our general fund budget. So what we have brought here today really does not address this allocation question or these issues that have come up regarding the police department. This budget does not address that, but obviously the administrative service director, the police chief, the city manager, we're not blind to this issue. And we are continuing to work with council members and to work among ourselves to come up with ways to address this conversation and to address this issue. But as we near June 30th, we obviously have a responsibility to try to bring something to the council that can be adopted before the June 30 fiscal year ends for a number of reasons. But with this, I'll turn it over to our Admin Services Director, Will Koholokula. He's going to talk the presentation. It's a little bit different than what you saw at the last council meeting. So with that, I will turn it over to Will.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, members of the council, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Go ahead and put that over there. Okay. So as the city manager mentioned, we're bringing back the budget after our study session that took place on June 8th. At the June 8th study session, our focus was on the fiscal year that's ending on June 30th. And then we also looked at the fiscal year coming up on July 1, the fiscal year 2021. Tonight, we're bringing back the budget with the focus on the upcoming fiscal year 2021. So just the overview of the budget, as the City Council knows, the total City Bell Gardens budget is $48,580,000. COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on city finances and in our city programming. Despite the challenges with COVID-19, there's been some new community benefit programs that have been added. Our casino is the biggest casualty of COVID-19. The projected revenue is $6 million lower, and the general fund budget is projected to have a multi-million-dollar deficit, and then our water fund continues to run deficits. So we'll begin by looking at all city funds. So all city funds is every single expenditure for the city. In many of the budget presentations, the focus has been on the general fund because that's our main operating, but the city fund, all city funds is really all of the services that are provided to residents. As part of the discussion for all city funds, we want to highlight some of the new community benefit programs that have been recently implemented or that will be implemented in the future. And to begin with, as approved by council on June 8th, there's 4 programs that will be implemented through the use of the CDBG CARES money and some of our CDBG funds. Those community benefit programs include the Small Essential Business Assistant Grant, the Residential Tenant Rental Assistant Grant, Child Care Subsidies, and the Emergency Utility Assistant Grant. At the bottom, as coordinated by the Recreation and Community Services Department, there's the Grab and Go Separate Meal Program, which is planned to provide 225,000 meals next fiscal year to use 1 through 18. Also in Recreation and Community Services, there's plans to expand the Community Family Service Center at Bell Gardens Park, providing community outreach services and helping facilitate the CARES programs that were mentioned on the previous slide, educational instruction, and consumer action assistance. And then as the city council knows, as we've been working on, is the Ford Park Aquatic Center. The hope is that the pending grant funding of $6 million will be approved. On top of that, we'll be pursuing $6.5 million in financing for a total project estimate of $13 million for the Ford Park Aquatic Center. There will be new outdoor family fitness programming that can be facilitated while maintaining social distancing. There's plans while the recreation programming is at a lull right now due to COVID-19. There's plans to invest almost $1 million in recreation to make recreation facility improvements. What has already been implemented is online registration for recreation programming. As the police chief mentioned, there's been graduation celebrations for Bell Gardens employees. The police department is pending a grant for school violence prevention activities of $1.5 million. And then medical taxi service, there's been 2 additional facilities added to the program, which increased the utilization by city residents.
And Will, before you move forward, I just want to mention to the council why these slides are there. I think oftentimes as we're looking to fill a dollar hole, due to financial crisis, we maybe don't do a great job in describing some of the new things that are happening that would generally, that would directly benefit the community. Often these are these are things that are funded through grants that are outside of the general fund financial condition. And so these list of items that you have here are really all new items that have either just begun recently or are going to be started during the next fiscal year. And so we wanted to make sure we did a good job at least describing things outright as part of this budget process.
Moving on to all city funds. So the entire city is made up of the general fund plus 31 other funds. So 32 total funds for a total budget of $48,580,000. So the way we organize it here, we organize it by function. So you can see public safety, the proposed expenditures is just over the general fund amount at $16,467,000, or almost 34% of the all city funds budget. Public Works, who gets allocated a lot of restricted resources, $13,530,000, 28% of the all city funds budget. recreation and community services, 8.6%, and so on and so forth. On this next slide is a pie chart of the proportion of the all city funds budget. And then, when I think about this, I think of what are the main services that the city provides. Obviously, the two biggest pieces of the pie, or the two biggest services that the city provides, is public safety and public works. And funding for public safety and public works is really only going to come from city government. The other major service that the city provides is recreation and community service, which makes up a smaller portion of the all city funds pie. But when I think about it, there are other organizations out there that do provide these type of services. I think of sport leagues. I think of the Bell Gardens Boys and Girls Club. There's other nonprofits that do provide these types of services. And then we have community development at 4%, and you can see the other breakdowns for the other services that the city provides, including admin. And then moving on back to the general fund, which is the city's main operating fund. It's the general fund is where we record our taxes, where we record our casino revenue, all of our unrestricted money. As Terry had mentioned in the previous slide, if we are going to subsidize a service, it's going to be from the general fund. So just the highlights on the general fund and just kind of the situation of what we're facing. So COVID-19, we went through the Great Recession 10 years ago, and now we're into this COVID-19 financial crisis. Not only has COVID-19 created this financial crisis, but it's limited the community programming that our departments are able to do due to public health concerns and resident safety. When we initially put this budget together, with the casino revenue being down $6 million, other expenditures just naturally going up due to inflation, there was a huge deficit between 6 and 7 million. City staff, along with the city manager's direction, there was additional revenue sources were identified, and expenditures were significantly cut, which we'll talk about in detail. And then after implementing over $4 million in cuts, the general fund has a projected deficit of about $2,856,000. And then you can see on this slide just the breakdown of the general fund revenues. Our projected revenues is $27,914,000. That's significantly lower than the prior year. Expenditures are at $30,770,000, and you can see the deficit. And then here are the modifications that were made to the initial budget, where we were looking at between a $6 and $7 million deficit. So the total modifications between the revenues and cutting expenditures is about 4.4 million. Some of the items that I'd just like to highlight is just the sales tax measure that's on the ballot for November. Multiple surrounding cities have already passed this sales tax measure. The city of Cudahy, the city of Huntington Park, the city of Pico Rivera, the city of Downey, the city of Southgate. One of the main considerations in Bell Gardens passing this sales tax is that it would ensure that these additional sales tax dollars stay in Bell Gardens. If Bell Gardens does not pass this sales tax, and another regional entity passes a sales tax measure like the county did when they passed Measure H, then our sales tax will go up, but those tax dollars will go to the county to be dispersed to benefit Bell Gardens in some indirect way. We have the fee adjustments on here that we just spoke about with Terry's presentation. And then moving down on the expenditure side, so there have been multiple positions that have been not not funded for this next fiscal year. It's a total of 5 positions. There's been 3 positions in the police department, 1 position in the city manager's office, and 1 position in the recreation department. Additionally, we're going to utilize CDBG funds to pay for some of our code enforcement, saving us $168,000. Recreation's expenditure due to COVID-19 and reduced programming is lower by $624,000. A good chunk of that money is related to part-time wages that are just not going to be able to be utilized during this next fiscal year. There's been some money that has been added in the recreation department, which we'll note later. And then once we got to that round of cuts, the city manager went back out to all the departments. It basically says, tighten your budgets, cut wherever you can. And then we came back with an additional $422,000 of cuts. So total of about 4.3 million. And then so general fund revenues, as mentioned, COVID-19 has wreaked havoc on our revenues. You can see at the top, the bicycle casino in fiscal year 1920, we budgeted $14,280,000. In this COVID fiscal year 2021, the proposed budget is about 8.4 million, which is a decrease of almost $6 million. Because of those additional revenue sources that are highlighted in green, we've been able to temper the loss in revenue to about $3.8 million. And then just to highlight the casino revenue, and this is a 12-year chart of our casino revenues. I just like to highlight at the beginning of the chart where we received 11.8 million. That's where we were at the financing boom when everybody was taking equity out of their homes and spending it on all kinds of things. And then we had the financial crisis, and we saw a 21% drop from our high in 2009, going down to our low in 2012 of about 9.4 million, a 21% drop. We had this huge run up, which included the casino being built. We had some volatility. And then we're looking at this COVID-19 drop from 14,320,000 to about 8.3 million, which is a 42% drop. So it's a serious drop. We don't entirely know what's going to happen with casino revenues. I was very grateful to see that the casino is open. I think that's kind of where our projections were looking, that they would open sometime in late June. And so here's a monthly breakdown of the casino revenue with the actuals through fiscal year 2019, fiscal year 2020. And then when you see when we're projecting out fiscal year 2021, we're projecting July to come in at 30%, and then the casino hopefully slowly ramping up to get an 85% level by the end of the year. And that revenue projection is still $6 million less than what we had budgeted back in fiscal year 1920. Moving on to the general fund expenditures. The focus will be on the general fund expenditures by department. This is where there's been the discussion of how the police department is at 50% along with the other departments. I would say in the police department, just make a few notes of the expenditures in the police department. 91% of the expenditures in the police department are related to salaries. So during this fiscal year, there's 3 positions less that are funded. So there's actually been a decrease of 634,000 because the majority of expenditures for the city overall is salaries. We have natural expenditures that are continuing to drive up. Health insurance, PERS costs, expenditures that we really don't have control outside of the bargaining process. Second, we talked about the recreation and community services lowered by 624,000. And then you can see the breakdown of the other departments and their change from the prior fiscal year. Oh, sorry about that. I think I pressed my keyboard on accident. And then general fund expenditure analysis, just what's going on in our expenditures for these various departments. So as we mentioned, in the police department, already temporarily unfunded 3 positions. There is some salary grant money that the city is expecting to receive, so that will, in the federal government, so that will further reduce the reliance on the general fund to pay for police personnel costs. Recreation services, due to COVID-19 and public health concerns, there's less special events and other programming, big savings being in part-time savings. However, there's been an additional $100,000 budgeted for professional services, along with $250,000 of general fund money to invest in recreation facility improvements. Community development was up because of a $160,000 grant that they will be using to fund a housing element work. On the city clerk side, there will be a city election next fiscal year, so there's funds budgeted for the election. City manager unfunded the assistant city manager position, and on the risk management side, we had an increase in our city's general liability insurance. And then capital improvement projects, similar to the slide that we saw during the study session, just wanted to highlight the Ford Park Aquatic Center. As discussed earlier, there's $6 million in grants, a grant that's pending, planning to add to that with $6.5 million in CDBG secured financing, with the total project planned for about $13 million. And then the other highlighted item is the planned improvements to recreation facilities, combination of county and general fund money for a total amount of $962,000. And then in summary and conclusion, total citywide budget is $48,580,000. COVID-19 has created impediments on community programming and city revenues. Casino revenue is lower by nearly $6 million. Overall, general fund revenues are lower by nearly $4 million. There have been new community programs that have been added or will be added. And then just due to social distancing, some community programs are not feasible at this time. The general fund has a budget deficit of $2,856,000. Steps were taken to minimize the deficit while maintaining services. So I think even though expenditures have been lower, the service level is budgeted to remain the same. 5.5 less funded positions, additional resources were identified. And despite the financial challenges from COVID-19, there are significant additional resources for community benefit programs and activities are being sought. And then, these fiscal challenges, we're continuing to pursue solutions to these fiscal challenges. One of the major ones is the 0.75% sales tax measure. There's a water rate study that is currently going on, and user fee adjustments that we just saw in the last presentation. Additionally, the city is in labor negotiations right now with employee groups. Agreements are being sought that will lessen the impact to city reserves. And as we move forward, the situation is constantly changing. We'll closely monitor the COVID-19 operating environment social distancing requirements, the city's ability to bring back community programming. We'll closely monitor the casino revenue projections and compare those to the actual receipts that we bring in. And as planned, we'll provide a mid-year update in early 2021. Obviously, if things change and other implementations can be made, we'll come back sooner to the city council. And so our current budget, our current fiscal year and our prior approved budget expires on June 30th. We're looking to get another approved spending plan for the next fiscal year. So we're recommending to adopt the 2021 operating capital improvement budget and compensation plan, along with a resolution to establish the GAN appropriation limit. That concludes my presentation. I can take any questions that you may have.
Council, the floor is open for any questions, concerns.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to submit a comment and also a motion if no one else has other questions.
Go ahead, council member.
First of all, can you guys hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I don't mean to turn this into a political thing, but we do have an election coming up. And I think that we need to be paying attention at what each of us are doing in order to address the outcry coming from the community in this time of need. You know, this is the most amount of comments in regards to this particular item that I have ever seen come into any council meeting. I think our mayor almost lost her voice. And what I want to talk about, my comment here is in regards to the budget. Here are the challenges we're facing. We have COVID-19 with an estimated revenue drop of $3.5 million this year, and with an estimated $6 million
there it is.
for next year.
Thank you.
So that is a huge concern in addition to the unemployment levels that we're reaching, in addition to the businesses that are losing income day after day from this COVID pandemic, also the social health and well-being of our residents, and potential evictions that are looming in the shadows, and homelessness here in our city. So these are challenges, not to mention the water fee that we need to update as soon as possible, that the cost will go to our residents. Not to mention the fee study that we just reviewed that recommended doubling the fees of our city. That is why I chose to table that, because that is a discussion that we need to be taking into account when we're looking at this budget as well. In addition to that, we have a potential sales tax increase. So we have a lot of things that we need to address, right? And what is the solution to this? Well, our residents will need rent subsidy, help for residents to pay their rent, to avoid becoming homeless. We're gonna need business and community support so that our business owners or people that wanna start their business can have a chance at succeeding during this pandemic. We need those things. And it's been communicated to us today by dozens and dozens of comments. Now, we need to also support the physical and mental health of our community. These are extremely difficult times for residents in Bell Gardens, which are already low income, to be able to get by. So first of all, I want to say that I appreciate the city's efforts in really making a difference. One of the outstanding things that we are already doing is having a COVID response fund that is $624,000. That is amazing. I want to thank you guys for putting that together. What does this $624,000 fund consist of? It consists of a grant called the CARES Act and CDBG funds that were originally intended for our pool that we've been trying to rebuild. So for such a long time, since I left my position as a recreation leader. So we are already eating at our savings that were meant to develop our infrastructure for the services that the community deserves. Now we're reaching in there and we're taking that. So I want you guys to be aware of that. And we're looking at a budget now where the biggest concern, according to our residents, dozens and dozens of comments, is the overfunding of our police, which is at 51% of our budget. In case you don't know, that's $15.5 million, half of our entire general fund. We need to listen, we need to pay attention, and we need to take action. Now, I do have a motion that I want to entertain, I want to put forth for you to consider, and I want the residents to pay attention to this motion, because when the elections come up, you need to know what council member stands for what in this city. I don't believe in getting rid of our police department. I want to make that very clear. I think our police is doing a decent job, but I do think that there is some imbalance in the amount of budget funding that goes into police. Now, I'm not trying to make any drastic moves. I'm not trying to put our community safety at risk, but I am trying to prioritize the needs of the community according to what I believe is right. My motion is to, first of all, this is a motion that has 2 items in it. First of all, to conduct a neutral or independent police spending study. I slapped some numbers together. They're very preliminary. We need an actual study to really and truly understand if we are spending our money the right way. In the same way that we made this study for our fees, we need to make a study for how much we're spending on our police, and it needs to be neutral and it needs to be independent. So that is the first part of my motion, to conduct a neutral/independent police spending study. The second part of my motion is about urgency. We need to reallocate immediately 8% of the police budget into the community and things that are extremely necessary, as we have heard from our finance director, from our community, and from many other people during this meeting. We need to allocate 8%. What does that 8% consist of? It consists 4% that will go directly into the COVID-19 response fund, allowing that to double and provide more support than we have put forth. And the other 4% would go to covering the recommended fee study rate increases, which is $277,000. So, and what is left of the money will be going to community benefit programs and facility improvements, which include health, mental health, homelessness, recreation and community services, education, etc. So to summarize my motion, it is to conduct a neutral/independent police spending study, and the second part is to reallocate 8% of the police budget into our COVID-19 response fund and directly back into our community. That is my motion. Thank you.
Marco, off the top of your head, do you know what 8% looks like? What's that, what the money is?
8% of the current police budget is $1.2 million, which, by the way, and I want to make this clear, that $1.2 million is roughly the same amount as overtime spent on police this year. Overtime spent on police was $1.2 million this year. That amounts to 94% of all overtime budget in the city. Our police department is spending 94% of all of our budget for overtime, $1.2 million. Thank you.
Wait, Marco, when you say this year, do you mean just starting in January or the fiscal year?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Is
question?
it the fiscal year or just starting from January?
What is the fiscal year?
The
Sir?
overtime that you just gave me.
Overtime is what is being proposed. What this year what we've accrued of overtime for the police department this year, not for the proposed. It's for this year. The proposed is a little bit lower. It's at $1 million roughly.
Yeah, just for clarity, that's for fiscal year that Councilmember Barcin is discussing. So July 1st through June 30th time period,
Right,
not.
so to clarify once again, the $1.2 million of overtime was for this fiscal year that we're in, and the proposed overtime for the police department is a little shy of $1 million for the next fiscal year. That is all from me. Thank you.
So I just want to start off I feel like this budget looks different from when it was first presented. If I'm not mistaken, I pointed out to Mike as the budget was, being presented that the deficit is lower than what was initially presented 2 weeks ago, right? I think it was like 3-point-something million. Now we're looking at, you said 2.7?
2.8 million. So these budgets, when we put them together, we consistently include new information. So if there's any new revenue sources, I don't believe there's a change from the last council meeting presentation, but I believe when we initially were starting to have discussions with individual council members, we were initially, we're obviously at initially 6.2 million. We got it down to about 3 point something, and then we got it down further to 2.8, which I believe lines up with what we had at the last council meeting.
Yeah, so my point of saying that is that the budget does look different to me, although it seems like a minimal numbers, it's still a change, right? Not just in the amount of deficit, but also I think, well, it was 56% that we were allocating for police. Now it's 50%, right? Wasn't it 56 point something? And now it's 50 point something different. I mean, my point, let me just get to my point. My point is that I don't feel comfortable approving a budget that doesn't seem so consistent. I do stand with my first motion of my recommendation from the last meeting that I do believe we should restructure the budget. One that doesn't look like we're canceling 25 of our events at Parks and Rec. Like I said, I know a lot of it was from COVID, but there's still other money, right? Like, for instance, soon there's a youth commission coming, right? And we need to allocate funding for the youth commission. The youth commission can look like 2 commissioners per council member. Each council member will elect 2 commissioners. They get money, they get stipends, they get a sense of getting involved in their local government. I mean, if I give $100,000 to Roseanne, right? Can she fix the basketball courts at Veterans Park that people have been complaining about for years because the floor is so slippery and the paint is chipping? I mean, I feel like there's a lot of things that we need to do, and we need to, for me, public safety doesn't look just like policing. For me, public safety looks like investing in our youth so that one day they don't have to need policing, and that's where I'm getting at. So my motion would be to table this budget and see if we can go behind closed doors and actually restructure the budget. I do appreciate the work that Marco has, put into this budget. It looks like very reasonable. But for myself, I would like to go behind closed doors and actually look at what's happening with actual numbers. And this isn't something that I feel comfortable approving.
Okay, thank you for all of those different comments. At this point, I'd like to support Mayor Pro Tem's motion to table the budget, seeing that we don't have consensus. At the moment, I do not feel comfortable immediately restructuring our budget and moving 8% without knowing the consequences and the pitfalls. When it comes to moving those numbers, I think we need to look at a realistic picture and what Bell Gardens has been and what Bell Gardens is now. And as I mentioned before, and I have had personal experiences where I've dealt with families and I've dealt with so many people who have come to our BGPD department asking for help. One of those being really recent this year with some students who were in danger and moms asking for more patrolling. I've been cognizant of the fact that online we have a lot of residents who are also commenting that they do not want to defund our police. I'm not close to the conversation. I'm willing to continue to explore this conversation. Unfortunately, we do have a time limit, as we need to approve a budget for this fiscal year so that we can function our city. So at this point, I feel comfortable tabling the item. And as we mentioned, having additional meetings and just looking at the numbers and seeing where we can shave off some money if we can, and also just what that looks like in the broader scheme of things for our community. I understand that we're going through a lot in our community, but we also need to not be guided by our emotions, and we need to make very careful assessment as to what our community realistically is and the crime that we have or we don't have. But until we don't have those numbers and that data, I can't support just automatically moving 8% because that's a lot of money. I'm not close to the idea of seeing where we can best support our community and how we can best do it, but it's not going to be done in the heat of the moment or without looking at the repercussion of things. So I'd like to support Mayor Pro Tem's motion to table the budget. So at this moment, if somebody would like to second Councilmember Barcena's motion, if not, then we have a first and a second for Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
And Marco, for your first motion, I'll second your first motion to do an independent study.
Okay, so we have two different motions on the floor. We'll go ahead and take.
I'm sorry. I need to clarify that my motion, it was one motion consisting of two items. So the motion was to conduct a neutral/independent police spending study and right now allocate 8% from the police department into our community in the way that I broke it down earlier. So it was just one motion, but just wanted to clarify that it wasn't two separate motions. Thank you.
Okay then.
Okay, so again, if somebody would like to second that 2-point motion. Okay, seeing none, the motion dies on the floor, and I'll go ahead and take the tabling of our budget to a roll call vote. Councilmember Aceituna.
Yes.
Councilmember Barcena.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Flores.
Yes.
And yes for myself as well. So that motion carries. We're going to go ahead and table that item.
Mayor Cortez, if I can just clarify so I can speak to the council here. With the June 30 deadline, what we'll do, staff will go back to the drawing board to some degree, try to schedule some meetings, do some more work on our end, schedule some meetings with the council on some of these specific issues, and we will most likely be asking for the council to convene a special meeting prior to June 30th so we can have another look at getting a budget adopted before the new fiscal year starts.
Thank you, City Manager. Does that conclude our discussion item, City Manager?
Yes, Mayor Cortez, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to, I believe, non-agenda items, public comment, City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. We have 2 speakers that have requested to be called and 1 email comment. So the first one is Jennifer Rodriguez. I'll go ahead and place the call.
It's been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 56224833355 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished
City
recording.
Clerk, moving on to the next one, please.
Yes. The next one is Juan Paniagua.
Su llamada ha sido enviada a un sistema automático de mensajes de voz. 5, 6, 2, 7, 1.
Okay, and the final one is an email. An email from Christina Paulo. And it reads, I'd like to inquire on what the city's policies are in regards to usage of city-issued credit cards to council members. I've been a resident requesting statements, and one that drew my attention was expense claims that have been paid that were filed by a council member without receipts. No, her claims without receipts were made several times. What is the city doing to ensure appropriate documentation is being submitted? God. With these credit card claims, also said council member freely disclosed on social media that one of her charges was an honest mistake due to credit card connected to her Apple Pay. What is city doing to ensure city credit cards aren't uploaded to personal devices to prevent breach of access to sensitive information such as city credit card information? Residents need reassurance that public funds aren't being misappropriated. And this was from Christina Palau. And that concludes public comments for non-agenda items.
Thank you, City Clerk. I'll go ahead and close public comment at this point. And then we're just moving on to City Council member comments. Does any council member have a comment, or should I go through a roll call?
Can you guys hear me? I'll make this one quick. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone that called. I think that it's good to see the involvement from the community. I want to thank our police department because I do believe that they do a great job. I hope that no one is taking this personal. I ran for office to represent my community, and I'm doing what I feel is the right thing to do. And I have no malice towards any police officer, especially in the city of Bell Gardens, because everyone that I met here has been cordial, has been respectful, and I've never seen any violence coming from our police department. So I wanted to make a quick parenthesis and really emphasize on that. There is a problem out there with police brutality, but I can honestly say that to my knowledge, here in Bell Gardens, we don't have that problem. So I'm very relieved to be able to say that. I'm very happy to be able to say that. And while I am vocal about the necessity to reform some of the police guidelines across the country, I feel like we're doing a great job here in the city of Bell Gardens, and I'm actually proud of that. So thank you to the chief for setting that example, and thank you to the rest of the police officers. That's my comment. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Aceituno, if any of you have comments, you may take the floor.
Sure, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. I'm going to be quick. I just want to thank all the folks that either emailed or called to express their concerns. And I also want to wish everyone a happy belated Father's Day, and hope to see our staff soon this week to continue the discussions on our budget situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank everybody who called in. Like Councilmember Barton said, this is literally the most involvement we've ever had since we were elected. I thought last council meeting was very heavy in emails and comments, but this one outdid that one. So congratulations to all of the residents who are, reaching out. It gives me the sense that you're finally believing in us, in the system at least, if not us, because I think there was a loss of credibility from the previous council. So I'm glad that you are now, getting involved and know that your voice is being heard within us. So, thank you for that. And also, I wanted to just touch on a couple of things real quick. Hang on a second, look for my features. Oh yes, for the residents who are tuning in and are not aware, we do have a fireworks ordinance that bans all fireworks here in the city. So just to let you guys know, we did this for multiple reasons, one of them being the air quality, the fact that Bell Gardens is home to a handful of war veterans, just in case a lot of you guys didn't know. And we do have a lot of people with disabilities who this creates not just a nuisance, but it affects their quality of life. So know that, our police officers are out there and they are citing. So please be mindful of that. And as elected officials, I think it's crucial that we exhibit that. So if any elected officials are here, burning fireworks outside your house, I ask you to please be a leader and follow the ordinances that this council has put together. No one here is above the law, so just for that. And then also, I know that I was gonna ask to extend the caller's time just for the sake of giving them the opportunity to speak, but on the notion that we did receive a huge volume of emails, it looks like maybe that wouldn't be so feasible. So what I would like to put in is see if we can create a live line, Mike or Jane, if we can get one of our part-timer girls to stay for the council meeting and see if they can create a live line just in case someone's not able to call before the 5 p.m. Again, most of the people that call, as you can tell, only speak English, and I don't know if it's because they don't have access or don't know how to go through the process, but I think that we should, given the circumstances, we should create a platform in which everyone is able to call in without that cutoff of 5 p.m., whether for multiple reasons, so I think that we should look into doing that. And for the explorers that emailed in, one of my passions is the youth. That's why I'm starting this youth commission along with my colleagues, because I believe in the youth. I believe that when you invest in them, that's the key, right? That's how you change their futures. So know that we would never do anything to hurt the youth. That includes the Explorer program or any other program that touches on the future of our youth here in Bell Garden. So just keep that in mind. And let's see. And I see that we're getting very creative with our grant money. So thank you so much, Roseanne, because of your efforts, your Promethean efforts, we've been able to give food while keeping our part-timers employed. So congratulations on that. And I think that I wanted to add Mike to the agenda for the next future agenda. I know I mentioned before to talk about, to implement art within our streets, whether it be like the electrical booths and all, and a mural. So I know that I mentioned touches on the previous council meeting, but maybe we can add them to the agenda so we can actually, get the ball rolling, because this is the time to, send a message of unity out to our residents. And I think that art's a great way to be able to express, our togetherness. So with that said, I hope you guys all have a great night. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please tune in again so that we, know that you're listening. And that's it. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, for your comments. To not keep this long because it's already a very long night. However, thank you all the residents who have called in to provide their input. I know some of our opinions may not be popular with all of you. But just understand that we're all coming from different points of views. We're all analyzing different things, and that's what we're here for, to have an open and honest dialogue about these issues about our community. I'm already receiving messages about not seeking a re-election and threats, quote unquote, online, and that's okay. But I do ask my community to respect my opinion, respect my decisions as an elected member of this community. And as I mentioned from the beginning, I ran with the notion of one term. And if I feel like I do a good job, then I'll run for re-election. But as of now, I am just here for this one term. So I, do not need any threats about re-elections thus far. But I do want to thank all of staff for the work that they have put in since March. And I have been here with them since March, and we've been working every single day, and I'm exhausted. I am reaching that point where I'm tired, and I'm sure staff is worse than I am because they do a lot more work than I do. So let's be a little bit compassionate towards our staff, towards our BGPD, towards our city manager, or different departments, because they have been here every single day. None of them had a time off for COVID. They have all been here. They have put vacations to the side, obviously with everything that's going on in our nation. So let's be a little cognizant and warned of that. With that said, have a great night, everybody, and we'll continue to work on all these different issues. Thank you so much for the support and also for the comments. And with that said, I would like to conclude this meeting at 10:17 p.m.